Good evening. Thursday night is all right if you fancy a bit of flighting. And here at the MODUS Super Series, we're going to get Group B underway over the course of the next couple of hours. But Group C was our prerogative during the afternoon. And this is exactly what happened. As for Charlie Large, debut in this competition, showed flashes of his best stuff. Will be looking to make a kick, though, when it comes to day 2. Meanwhile, as for Mal Cumming, well, missed doubles really did come to plague his day, didn't it? And it could see him out of the reckoning for qualification for Saturday night. As for Danny Lauby, well, he lost a crucial final game to David Evans. We've just seen him on 6 points. 4 is the return for him following the first day. As for Yuri Brewer, it was much an improvement from his first 3 days here at the MODUS Super Series. And, well, he puts himself in amongst that track to try and make his way through. But as for Robert Rickwood, a perennial character of the game, he did this 5 times during the afternoon session. And he is very much in the mix. But David Evans, well, he's the man to beat. He won all 5 games, 10 out of 10. Well, can't be topped at the top. And watching all of the action down in the commentary box alongside myself was Matthew Edgar. Prime Time is back for the evening session here at the Live Lounge. First of all, what was your thoughts and assessments on Group C?
It was all about one man, wasn't it? David Evans. He was absolutely superb today. All of his games, a good level of control. He went up there looking like a man who was the favourite, a man who should be the favourite. When we look at the CV of David Evans, he's played in the World Championship on both codes and he's just dropped off the PDC Tour recently. He played like that sort of man.
Well, let's have a look and see how things shaped up following the first day in Group C. As you see, David Evans on 6, Robert and Yuri Brewer both on 6 points. And in the case of Yuri Brewer, the level of performance from the first 3 days to today, you have to commend the way he's come out today.
Absolutely. Yuri Brewer is someone I really wanted to bring up on this evening, because when we look at Yuri Brewer, what he's done over the first 3 days, he's won 2 matches. He's been getting absolutely pummeled. He looked at times outclassed, and you do fear for him moving forward in the Super Series. However, today, 3 wins from his 5 matches and looked competitive in the ones that he lost. A massive improvement for him, and he's really growing into this.
Danny Lauby, what was your thoughts and an assessment of his day?
It's been what it's been all week. It's not been good enough. And Danny Lauby will say exactly the same. You know, I'm not saying something that he wouldn't say to you himself. It's not been good enough. It's been a long way off the standard that we expect from Danny Lauby, and it's a long way off what he will expect from himself. He's about 5 points down on his seasonal average. Well, let's have a look then at the numerics regarding that particular session in Group C. So 8-9 legs played, 32 breaks a throw. That's over a third of the legs. In terms of overall average, 88.35, and checkout rate, 32.5%. The average and the checkout is about par. Yeah, and I mean, we could say David Evans has rose that average with that end average of 107, which is the best average we've seen so far this week. But he was also involved in one of the longest legs when he took on Mal Cumming. And I think that, for me, is one of the most impressive things when we look at David Evans, because he went into that leg where he just couldn't check out him and Mal Cumming. I think he went about 35 darts. And then he took out the 141 and got those real big numbers that we've just seen there, and that's why David Evans is the man to beat. So that's Group C. That's going to resume tomorrow, 1 o'clock. We are going to be back. But tonight is going to be the full focus upon Group B. And what an exciting cast list we have for this as well. Well, we're going to see the likes of Wesley Harms, Keelan Kay, Ryan Palmer, Lee Cox and Rob Collins in the group. And you have a look at this from a bookmaker's perspective and maybe a punter's perspective. And you look at this and you think there's some high-quality games that are going to be played here. Some high-quality games, but there's also plenty of value here. I think Wesley Harms will probably feel like he shouldn't be here. He only needed to win 1 leg in his last game, and he would have been directly through to Saturday night's final. Lee Cox is someone who definitely doesn't want to be here. He's been in a situation where he thought he was going to go and get this job done. He's missed out by fine margins the last couple of times, so he'll be disappointed to be here, but at the same time happy, if that makes sense. And then there's certainly value in the other 3, but I do think this is going to come down to those top 2.
Well, it'll be interesting to see, and it's going to be interesting to see what Matthew Edgar thinks about tonight's action, because it's time for prime time's tips. It's a just under 5-1 treble here for Matthew Edgar this evening. Just talk us through some of those selections there.
Well, you'll see they're all on handicap markets, and it still only comes to that 4.71 to 1. I think when we look ahead to tonight, we're going to have to dig deeper than just match markets. I think there's some good stuff on handicaps. I do think we're going to see quite a bit tonight from Lee Cox, and I think maybe, depending on how his first game goes, you could follow him throughout the night, and I think he's going to open up strong.
So, and that is what Matthew Edgar thinks is 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org if you're going to have a flutter here on the Modus Super Series. And our first game tonight is going to feature Keelan Kay in action up against Wesley Harms. Matthew Edgar's going to make the run down to the commentary box to join Chris Murphy. Hello, Chris.
Hello, Henry. Hello, everybody. Good evening. Welcome along to the first of 10 matches of tungsten tossing here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And it's a meeting between Sparky Wesley Harms, the man who's won around 30 titles in his career to date, the Dutchman on debut at the Super Series this week, taking on this man, Keelan Kay, the Lord of the Board, twice a development tour winner, just 21 years of age, big Plymouth Argyle fan as well, so he'll be looking to do exactly what they did and top the table up against a 38-year-old former Lakeside semi-finalist, a really jovial chap, Wesley
First
Harms.
leg, it's Keelan
always
to
got a
throw
smile on
first.
his face.
Game on.
Justin Bradshaw, the referee, for the 10 fixtures tonight. And a man who always has a smile on his face has
57.
just joined me in the commentary box. Matthew Edgar, good evening.
Evening, Murph. Evening, everyone joining us for some arrows this evening. Got to add, on top
100.
of that, you mentioned Wesley Harms, a former Lakeside semi-finalist, former two-time Lakeside semi-finalist. And the bit that really stands out for me as part of
58.
those achievements is one of those semi-finals was actually his debut year. Not many people have big runs like that on their debut.
Maybe Matthew Edgar will. No, that's the plan, isn't it? To get to the Lakeside.
81.
And, well, you say sign off in a blaze of glory, but we'll see. We'll see.
41.
Whoever sticks to plan A.
Yeah, exactly. Plans rarely, well, go to plan. Just like that line that I said.
Well, this looked like it went to plan. He got the treble 20, but he's still shaking his head. And we saw this
140.
earlier on in the week as well. I think there's sort of maybe a lie or the way he wants the dart to look in the board. And if it doesn't look like that, he's disappointed despite the fact it's in.
180.
Well, that 180 might just give him more to get annoyed about, but maybe it is a low dart, Matt, because you can see again that the dart below it met with
60.
fury from Wesley Harms.
This is good from the Lord of the Board.
125.
5
Wesley
straight
require
treble 20s in a
120.
row. And Harms find 6 20s.
60. Keelan, you require 40.
Well, top cent for the Plymouth player. Did not like that. Can he rescue it? Double 16.
8.
It's
Wesley
always
require
really
60.
frustrating for a player as well when you want tops and that first one goes in the 5 because you know you've got to go burn another dart.
You can see there that the only bit that's really blocking the double is the flight.
40.
That's the bit it's collided with.
Keelan, you require 32.
And being quite a tall player, he'd have had a good view of
Game
that
shot
one.
in the first leg.
It's
Keelan Kay.
Kay who wraps up the leg. Hold a throw to kick off proceedings.
Second leg, it's Wesley to throw first. Game on.
Last outing for Wesley Harms before appearing at the Super Series this week was the Dutch Open. Had a couple of victories before losing in the last 16
100.
to a fellow Dutchman, where the pleasure was all Wesley's.
Wesley Plaisir, the
60.
World Masters champion on the WDF circuit. But to get to the last 16 of the Dutch Open, it might not sound like a lot. But when I say that event has 4,000 entries, now I'm
60.
often told at least 1,000,000 times that I exaggerate from time to time. I'm not exaggerating when I say that as 4,000, 5,000 entries at the
100.
Dutch Open. So to reach the last 16, you can imagine the amount of games they'd have had to have played. They do a day just to play down to the last 64, then they come back on the Sunday to finish it off.
45.
Yeah, it is. Well, it's a tournament to win, isn't it? And it was won by Barry Van Peer, and look what he's gone on to do since. Really sparked his year, didn't it?
140.
Well, it carries the same ranking points as the WDF version of the World Championship. Platinum graded event.
55. $100.
Will this be a platinum performance from Keelan Kay? Because it's certainly a bit rusty from old Sparky.
59.
What did you make of him in Group
Keelan,
A,
you
Matt?
require 101.
I thought he played really well most of the way through the group, and he'll be
89.
disappointed not to have got through. Best day average was Tuesday, he had a 92.24 in that one.
140. Keelan, you require
Over the
12.
Group A campaign. Keelan Kay looking to double his lead here.
No score.
Missed opportunity. One of the
Wesley
things Wesley
require
was really
42.
good at in Group A was his finishing around about the 42% mark.
Game shot in the second leg.
Just to make the
Wesley
point, he takes out
Harms.
42.
Third leg, it's Keelan to throw first. Game on.
I think he'll be disappointed to be here, though. I think he only needed one leg in that last game, so
96.
he'll ultimately be disappointed with that when no Lee Cox will be. Because he felt he had that one and then lost to Yuri Brewer, who'd only won one game up until that point.
45.
Keelan Kay approaching the hockey. Talk us through that stance. Pretty conventional, isn't it? Quite tall. A bit
Yeah,
of movement on the last
95.
start there, though.
There's a bit of movement in the shoulder as well. You'll see quite a bit of lift there for Keelan Kay, which might take a bit of examining to see
100.
exactly where that's coming from. Often what we do when we assess throws is people will look at certain things. They'll look at like an elbow, for example, and say, oh, the elbow's dropping or the elbow's raising. But if we think of the arm as a lever and that as a
59.
hinge, the elbow can only really move if the shoulder is allowing the movement of the arm and the lever. So a lot of the time what you've got to do is reel it back, and I think that's what you'd have to do
60.
with Keelan Kay there. You'd have to reel it back. We'd have to see it from possibly the back angle as well.
Just stopping himself to ensure
91.
gives himself the best possible chance of leaving something. Has left 160. Kind of rock steady from Wesley Harms. Usually see the extension. He leaves the arm out a little bit after the last start.
100.
Showing that follow
Keelan,
through.
you require 160.
He does have a little unusual quirk though,
60.
Wesley Harms, and that if you watch the dart in the hand on that sort of bit where he pulls the dart back at the deepest set point, it's just a little flicker of the dart in the hand where most people it's quite stable at that point.
140.
You may see a little bit of movement in the
Keelan, you
wrist, but
require
with Wesley,
100.
we see it in the equipment.
Well, he did at one time. He used gloves, didn't he? He used to play in fingerless gloves.
41.
Wesley Harms.
Wesley require 56. Game shot in the third
Warming
leg.
into this
Wesley
match. He turns
Harms.
it around, leads 2-1, but it is kind of a Kay dropping down a couple of levels in the last couple of legs rather than
Fourth leg,
Wesley
it's Wesley to
particularly
throw
raising
first.
his game.
Game on.
Well, we've seen Keelan Kay down here many times now. He's very familiar with the format and the arenas. And one thing that's been quite apparent with
92.
Keelan Kay in his appearances here is he needs to start well. If he starts well, it continues. But if he doesn't start well, that also continues. He seems to be someone who can't break a pattern or a mould.
140.
He has been playing on the Challenge Tour and Development Tour this year, so plenty of darts and experience going on.
Yeah, but with little
100.
success in recent tournaments. I mean, he has played an awful lot, hasn't he, as you said. If you look only back a matter of a couple of weeks,
57.
he's played his last 20 or so matches on the Development Tour and Challenge Tour, but no really significant progress.
$99.
He will no doubt be frustrated with that. And is this a situation as well that you tend to find with a lot of young players that
44.
they really do suit a bit of mentorship because they just want results and they want outcomes straight away. And I remember Mervyn King saying to me, they want it yesterday.
134.
Yeah, I think it's become more difficult to be a young darts player because you do get the odd one who, well, we've seen it here last week, a 16-year-old
140.
who appears to be
Wesley
playing like a
requires
25-year-old
76.
at his prime, and you're measuring yourself against that. If you're 5 years older than Luke Littley, you think you should be 5 years ahead, but it doesn't always work like that. Wesley Harms
72.
might feel he should be 2 legs ahead,
Keelan,
but
you
it
require
hasn't worked out like
120.
that for him yet.
He should go dart tops.
No
Oh
score.
no, he's bust it.
And he rushed it, didn't he?
Wesley require 4.
Rush of blood into the red, and he shakes his head.
The Lord of the Bust.
Well, he's put himself in harm's way here.
No
He gets
score.
another go.
Keelan, you require 120.
Right, if the first one flies in, we might see him just pause a little bit this time.
I'd have even questioned if he'd have gone right up by the tops.
Or a brilliant
60.
20 bull by
Wesley
Daryl
require
Pilgrim
4.
last week when he blocked a treble 20 bed.
Game shot
It's
in
a
the
simple
fourth
double
leg.
2.
Wesley
Keelan Kay,
Harms.
the architect of his own downfall there. A big bust. That has cost him dear. And just
Fifth leg,
going
it's
back to
Keelan
what
to
Matthew
throw
Edgar was
first.
saying
Game
moments
on.
ago, this could be absolutely fatal for Keelan Kay. It's only match 1. But he's noted that often
100.
he will follow the trend that he starts, and this is not a positive trend that he's starting.
And we've kind of got to go back to what you were saying there as well about that success on the Challenge Tour and Development Tour being non-existent at the moment.
100.
It's not like he has recent positive experience to say, it's okay, I'm going to be able to turn it around on this occasion.
140.
I think it's 7 events, the last 7 events, and the best he's had is a run to the last 32. Now, look, it's not easy.
41.
There are some very, very talented players on those tours, and maybe this year we've got the hardest fields ever assembled on those tours.
81.
But every player wanting to make progress.
So what we're essentially saying here is Keelan Kay is going to need to dig deep and really show a bit
60.
of character here tonight.
Well, he's going to have to shrug off this defeat if it does turn into a defeat. He may show character in the match and turn it around. But the one that I would look at, similar
100.
age, Owen Bates, who played on Saturday night, lost his first group game 4-1 and then won his next one 4-1 with an average of 113. They effectively put him
100.
through when he could have just
Keelan, you
felt
require
like he was
80.
out.
Character. And some
Game shot
character
on
on
the
show
fifth
here for
leg.
Keelan Kay.
Kay.
14 darter. He says, be quiet, lads. I've got plenty to give.
Sixth leg, it's Wesley to throw first. Game on.
Well, as he's a Plymouth fan that was effectively trolling me on social media as a Wednesday fan when they pipped us to promotion, I'm going to be brutally
100.
nasty to Keelan Kay this evening. I'm not really. We had a good chat in the practice room. Fair play to them and fair play to him for that response.
100.
Could have folded, didn't. Bounced back with that 80 checkout for a 14. And is still very much in this match. He is
99.
trying to get to Saturday's session. And don't forget, you could be here as well. Tickets are available for the Darty Party in Tomping. What a
95.
night it was on Saturday. If you want to come and enjoy that experience, create that experience and watch some very decent darters doing their stuff, tickets are on sale. All you've got to do is scan that QR code. It'll take you to dartshop.tv, the
44.
website where you can purchase tickets for a couple of quid, literally £2, and you could be here enjoying
48.
of darting fun.
What can you think of that you can get for £2 nowadays?
2 trolleys.
But you don't get to keep the trolley, though, do you?
That's true.
100.
But you get to use the experience, I suppose, which is what this is. It's a darting experience.
124.
Yeah, a really great night it was had on
Wesley
Saturday.
require 158.
You get a sandwich nowadays with £2.
But where I'm from, not where I am.
$134. Keelan, you require 134.
Well, 134 to leave double 12. Could have been stopped by 134 to tie up the match. Instead, Harms will return
86.
to wrap up an opening
Wesley
win.
required 24.
The strong point of his Group A campaign with the doubles, 42%. Which suggests with 3 darts in hand, Keelan Kay may have some problems. And that is a
Game,
big adjustment
shot,
and a good
and the
adjustment
match,
there
Wesley
from
Harms.
Wesley Harms, who gets over the line in the end with a 4-2 success there over Keelan Kay. He had to wait for a bit of luck and fortune at times. The bust 120 from Keelan Kay really opening the door, but the points go the way of Wesley Harms. Coming next, we've got Lee Cox taking on Ryan Palmer.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Keenan Kay couldn't keep out of Harms' way as Wesley Harms seals a 4-2 success in our first game here in Group B. Well, now at the Super Series, in the jungle, the tungsten jungle, it's the Lion who awakens here as Ryan Palmer returns to action. He takes on Lee Cox, watching this one in the commentary box, Matt and Chris.
Indeed, Henry, the main men. Ryan Palmer and Lee Cox, that is. Now, I want to talk to Matthew Edgar in a moment about Lee Cox, but it's a first outing of the week for Ryan Palmer, the Bristolian 35-year-old. But this man, Crafty Coxey, 39 years of age, is developing an unwanted habit here at the Super Series, because earlier this week he missed out on qualifying for finals night in Group A by leg difference. Last time he was here at the Super Series, he missed out on qualifying in Group A by leg difference. He then went into Group B and missed out on qualifying for finals night on legs 1. He spoke about character in that previous match. He's going to have to show some, isn't he?
First leg, it's Ryan to throw first. Game on.
I've been really impressed with Lee Cox and the character and everything he has shown so far this week. It just all unravelled for him when he wanted it the most.
58.
And maybe that's the problem. He wanted it the most. I keep a note of all the averages and stats of the players throughout the games, and there's one game that really stands out, and that's match
140.
game number 3, average 71, and that was the match that he lost to Yuri Brewer, who at that point had only won one game.
140.
If he'd have won that, he'd have been in a very strong position to finish the job, win the group. And I know that's something he wanted to do. I've had a few chats with Lee Cox this week. He wanted to go home. He's come here off the back of the
55.
Challenge Tour. And he wanted to go home in a positive way, in the way of being able to go and have today and tomorrow off and come back here on Saturday knowing he's in the finals.
133.
But there's more work to do for Lee Cox. And I mentioned up on the balcony that he doesn't want to be here, but he does.
96.
And he wants to be here because he loves the
Ryan, you
Super
require
Series and he loves the
170.
opportunities, but he doesn't want to be here because he wants to be through already.
145.
Ryan Palmer going for the firework finish straight away, just to remind Lee Cox that getting close in Group A doesn't guarantee you getting through Group B.
140.
Does not need reminding after what
Ryan,
happened
you
last
require
time.
25.
Incidentally, Keelan Kay, last time he was here, also missed out in Group B on leg difference. So some players trying to
9.
rub out some
Lee,
scars
you require 70.
in this group.
Game shot on the
Survived a
first
couple of
leg.
darts.
Lee Cox.
Before sealing the deal there, Lee Cox, the man, and I've mentioned this throughout the week, who claims
Second
the
leg is Lee
doubles
to throw
are
first.
his weakness.
Game on.
He says, I can score with the best of them. He even said nobody can live with his top scoring game.
100.
He says the doubles are the thing that let him down. Well, I've been looking at the numbers in regards to those double percentages. He's averaging 37.59% on the finishers. That's not too shabby. Nor is that from Ryan Palmer. This game's hotting up already.
180.
A great answer. Palmer living with his scoring. And himself, of course, he spent
137.
some time on the PDC Pro Tour. Become a bit of a hotbed in its own right, hasn't it, Bristol?
85.
A few players from there, most notably, you'd have to say Steve Brown, but headlined by Mark Dudbridge, the World Match Play and World
100.
Championship runner-up,
Lee
who we now
require
see
136.
playing his trade on the World Seniors Tour.
Yeah. Dangerous as well, Dudbridge.
60.
Will be in some of those events.
Ryan, you require 84.
Ryan Palmer looking to level up here. Remember, he started with 4 perfect darts and now might not even get a dart at double to win this leg, because Cox is going to come back for the 76.
13.
After every single dart
Lee requires
Palmer threw in that
76.
visit, didn't go where he planned.
The dart at tops are 2-0.
Game shot in the second leg.
Is
Lee
it really
Cox.
a weakness, Lee Cox? It doesn't look like it tonight. 2 from 2. He's 2-0 up.
Third leg, it's Ryan to throw first. Game on.
But I'm sure that Lee Cox coming into this group
96.
wants... Look, everybody wants to win every match, but him more so than anyone. He wants to be in an almost secure position going into tomorrow and just avoiding any kind of drama.
49.
Well, drama hasn't worked out well for him so far.
Here we go.
139.
Turning down the potential maximum. We'll see how the darts fly for Lee Cox. You can see a bit of a lean,
100.
which can, when the darts land in the right of the treble, block the bed somewhat. Ryan Palmer loses big old bulky things. Doesn't he surprised if he ever hits a 180?
99.
That might be why he switched downstairs to getting the 2 darts in. A lot of this sort of slightly angled entry will come down to the grip.
100. Ryan, you
Just
require
grip past the
167.
centre balance point of the dart.
43.
He's been doing it very successfully so far this week. I've got to say, and I didn't know if I was going to mention this live, but I'm going to do it anyway.
140.
As I was going up to the balcony, I passed Lee
Ryan, you
Cox. And
require
I've got to say,
124.
smells amazing tonight.
Wasn't sure where that was going, but that wasn't on the agenda.
Did tell me why it was called as well. I can't remember.
56.
Just ask him again.
Lee, you require 112.
The breeze, wasn't it? Other Urdu toilets are available, if that's how you pronounce it.
49. Ryan, you require 68.
Double top.
48. Lee, you require
Might be
63.
tasting sweet success at the end of this one because everything is going right for him at the moment. Ryan's missing doubles. He's, well, missing doubles as well.
51.
He was hitting them up until then.
Ryan, you
Double
require
12
20.
was a long way off. And it offers some optimism to the Lion.
Game shot in the third leg.
We don't hear
Ryan
him roar,
Palmer.
but we see a smile on his face. Gets himself back into this one. Lee Cox 2 darts there. To
Fourth leg, it's Lee to throw
what
first.
would have to have been
Game
said
on.
steal a leg. Ryan Palmer well and truly beat him in the scoring phase. He's going to make sure that doesn't happen again.
180.
But who are you going to be sniffing when you go on the balcony
56.
after game 5 tonight and reporting back?
I didn't even mean to. I just sort of was on my way up there and I was like, and I've got a really bad sense of smell. There's only certain things I can smell. I'm like, oh,
60.
something smells nice. And Lee came over and goes, it might be me.
Well, naming no names, come on then. There must be 1 or 2 players who actually, maybe as a tactic, don't smell
97.
very pleasant.
Oh, there's a few. There is a few. Problem is now, loads of people are going to ask me who they are now. I'm going to get bombarded on social media.
140.
Who are the smellies?
Yeah, by the way, don't ask Matt that question because he won't give you an answer, but do get in touch at MSS Darts on our social media pages. We will
28.
have a look at the tweets
Lee,
and see if we can
require
answer any questions
121.
live on air this evening.
$30.
So far ahead in this leg, really, Lee Cox can do what he wants, but that's not what he wanted.
45.
He's earned the right with the
Lee
180 and the
required
140. In the scoring phase of this one. Completely ignore the option of the bullseye. That's a nice lie, that one, for Lee Cox.
71.
I'm surprised. Surprised that one's gone so far away. Ryan Palmer was so far away. He's back in it.
180.
Didn't think he could find many
Lee
180s.
required
That's his
20.
second of the match so far.
No score.
Well, I just said he could do what he wants because he was
Ryan
so far
required
ahead, but this
95.
could go horribly wrong after that maximum from Palmer. Goes the 25 route. He's going to get a dart, a double 5, and
Game
he
shot in the
nails it
fourth
well.
leg. Ryan
How on
Palmer.
earth has that happened? Lee Cox will not believe it. He was so far ahead in that leg on 91.
Fifth
and
leg,
Ryan
it's
Palmer
Ryan
was
to
on
throw first. Game on.
320. And Palmer has a leg in the ledger.
30.
You mentioned that word earlier, character. What we need to see a bit of here from Lee Cox. But I'm also going to pose another potential problem here for Lee Cox. He has been away on the Challenge Tour, which we know are a lot of events, a lot of hours playing. And then he came straight here after reaching the semi-final on Sunday.
180.
Is fatigue going to kick in, certainly as we get closer and closer to the overall finish line?
100.
That will be interesting to watch. And we also said that Cox was trying to avoid drama. Well, he's involved in drama here.
He's created the drama,
60.
though. He did everything to get himself out of that situation. Could have been clear. I mean, realistically, with the shots he's had, he could have been 4-0. Thank you very much.
100.
I'll go watch Rob Collins versus Keelan Kay.
Well, congratulations to the bully boy as Michael
137.
Smith shone in Sheffield and won the Premier League night there. I'm sure a few of you may have watched the action and are tuning in to the after darty here at the MODUS Super Series.
140.
Yeah, he really is
Ryan,
playing
you
like
require
a world number
94.
one at the moment, isn't he? Yeah, so far we've seen Wesley Harms defeat Keelan Kay 4-2, and this is game 2, 2-2.
54. Lee, you require 101.
Well, had to go at some point. It's the reverse 101 checkout. But we mentioned that lean from the right to the left of the dart, and I just wonder if it did actually obscure the treble 20 a little bit, despite being in the one.
69.
There was a
Ryan, you require
notable
40.
pause between dart 1 and 2.
D10.
20.
There's one
Lee,
detention
you
after
require
that.
32. Game shot and
This
the fifth
time
leg.
it's Palmer
Lee
who
Cox.
sort of gives the leg away. Very generous, these two, aren't they, tonight?
Yeah, that last shot, that's actually really hard to do.
Sixth leg, it's Lee to
We
throw
used to
first.
play a game of
Game on.
loopy back in the day, but with these modern numberings, it's very hard to get a dart in the ring.
100.
So Cox, one away. It's been a decent display from Lee Cox,
43.
if not in and out. He is still averaging north of 90 in the match, in fact closer to 92. And look at that, 5 180s between the pair, 3 of them
45.
for Ryan Palmer.
Gotta agree fully that it's been in and out here from Lee Cox, but the fact that he's been on a 92 average
100.
just kind of shows you that the in has been brilliant.
Can he get this in?
100.
Uses that double-barreled marker perfectly well.
96.
Proud Londoner, Lee Cox. And you can see again, he's having to move across. That dart is not a good one for him. Not out of the way. But he has adjusted
121.
absolutely sensationally. I saw the roll of the eyes and the step to the left. And then he just
98.
pins 2 in the treble 20. No
Lee
problem.
require 135.
Well,
49.
after the
Ryan, you require
issues he
164.
found on the 91, he'd been hoping to leave something a little bit better than the 86. It might only be a dart at the bull here for Lee Cox. He
92.
should be getting a match
Lee, you
dart.
require 86.
Treble 18, the target. Located, it's 2 match darts. Double 16. Oh, it's flicked off the fly and diverted
68.
into the wrong double.
Ryan, you require 72.
Well, that wasn't the target for Palmer either. 48 remaining. So it's just 1 dart to stay in it. And he
Game shot
nails
on the
it. And
sixth
Lee
leg.
Cox won't
Ryan
believe
Palmer.
it. When that dart left his hand, it would have been on course to land the double he wanted to win the match.
Seventh and
Is
final
that
leg.
just
It's Ryan
the
to
way
throw
the
first.
cookie crumbles
Game on.
for crafty Coxie here at the Super Series?
he certainly does feel like people bring their best games
100.
against him. It was something you mentioned in that conversation, and then I did come back and look at the stats, and it's not just a feeling, it was actually true. People did bring out their best performance against
100.
Lee Cox. And sometimes when you're on the stage, there's just something about people, like their stage presence or the pace in which they throw the darts. That you just feel
97.
quite comfortable around, and he's obviously giving off that vibe.
Maybe it's a fragrance. Maybe he wants to use a cheaper odour. Stop making it such a pleasant
41.
experience on the stage for his opponents. I mean, that's some narrative, but it's what I'm going to push for the rest of the night.
45.
The mind matters, though, doesn't it, Matt? And if Lee Cox were to lose this match, how soon does he start to think, oh, here we go again?
Oh, he'll probably be thinking it
121.
straight away. And if he's watching this back, Lee Cox, do not go out and buy Oda Skunk.
59.
But he's still got a chance. A treble means that he'll be on a finish first. A couple of
135.
trebles puts him down to a more than makeable outshot.
$60.
That is just the result that
You
Lee Cox
require
would have wanted to have
104.
seen in that situation. Knows his opponent needs 2 trebles. So the setup shot here,
25.
oh, he's made a mess.
Wow.
Ryan, you
Are
require
we seeing
140.
the Coxey crumble? Palmer, he may go tops. That was
100.
the intention there. Coxo
Lee
here.
requires
This is awkward.
79.
Treble 19. Not found. So it's 1 dart at tops if he hits the 20, which he has. But he can't
59.
find the double. And Palmer will return
Ryan, you
for the
require
same
40.
target.
You asked, when does Lee Cox start to think that? I think he started it now. That smile on the face, the expectancy,
Game, shot,
is
and
rewarded
the match, Ryan
with
Palmer.
Ryan Palmer picking up the victory. A 4-3 success on his first outing here at the Super Series in Series 4. 2 points on the board, nice and early for him. An 84.30 average. He rode his luck at times, but I think that's a game that both players, whoever lost, will feel disappointed by. Coming up next, we get to see Rob Collins for the first time as he takes on the Lord of the Board, Keelan Kay.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. And before the break, Ryan Palmer got the better of Lee Cox in a last leg decider, 4-3. So that is the end of their respective first rounds. We now kick off round 2 of sorts. The first run out for Rob Collins this week. It's the last player we haven't seen in action. He takes on Keelan Kay, looking to get off the board. Is the lord of the board after losing to Wesley Harms in his opener. Right, let's get into this one then. Tucking into it. Here's Chris, here's Matt.
Cheers, Henry. Yeah, Rob Collins, first outing of the night, the man of steel, looking to steal a march at the top of the table with a victory over Keelan Kay, who, of course, will be hoping to avoid the fate of losing his first couple of matches, having gone down to Wesley Harms 4-2 in the opening encounter of this session, this game 3 of 10, brought to you live on Sporty Stuff TV and for viewers around the world on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. But a quick reflection, Matt, before we get into this one on what happened in the previous match. I did ask you about how soon Lee Cox might be starting to worry, and you think it wasn't after the match, it was actually during it.
Absolutely, you could see it all over his face, and when you speak to Lee, you can always hear his voice in his expressions. And that little smile at the back of the stage, I think, just told you everything you needed to know and how he thought about that situation. He thought, it's happening again.
First leg, it's Rob to throw first. Game on.
This is my favourite game of the week. Game number 3 of Group B. The reason being, because at the end of this game,
60.
we have seen the weekly champion. It's always a point that I think back across the week and think,
83.
because we've seen all the players. Rob Collins, the last player you're going to see this week. Or the last new face that you're going to see this week. We haven't seen him in much darting action since Q School.
180.
He's opted not to do the Challenge Tour route. So I think he's made it quite clear what his intentions are in darts.
140.
He's a man that wants a PDC Tour card.
We have seen Collins play in PDC tournaments, notably qualified for the UK Open a couple of years ago. We got a victory for him, remember rightly, as well, against Roby John Rodriguez.
60.
I do believe he might have been one of those names from earlier.
100.
That Charlie Large had a little pop at, wasn't he, in the WhatsApp group that they've got?
He's part of that local area.
98. Rob, you require 104.
Quality, strength in depth field, Rob Collins. Looking here, well, he was looking for 4 tops, but he's out of tune, and instead, he needs double 18.
68. Keelan, you require 120.
Actually, twice played in the UK Open. Rob Collins did him a disservice there, 19 and 21. Now, 120 for Keelan Kay again. Got it wrong in the last match.
100.
Couldn't quite get it right this
Rob,
time.
you require 36. Game shot in the first leg. Rob Collins.
Much better there from Collins. The effort at the back end of the last visit was a long way off, and great adjustment there to
second leg, it's
come up
Keelan
and
to
wrap
throw
that up
first.
in 16 darts.
Come
And
on.
we see Rob Collins sort of in every phase of the Super Series.
58.
And one thing that he struggled with at times is a little bit of tiredness and fatigue, because he is one of these players that still have a full-time occupation.
Yeah, he's
96.
a steel erector, that's why he goes by that nickname on the back of his shirt, Man of Steel.
96.
Plays Cox in his next match. Before that, Wesley Harms against Ryan Palmer. Yeah, every phase, and we see every face of Rob Collins as well, don't we, in these games?
81.
I like that, though. I like expressive players. I know it's not some people's cup of tea. Some people hate
100.
have maybe that little bit of what they could call theatrics, but I love seeing an expressive player. I like to know what it means to the player.
Let's see what this means.
180.
Gave it a little gurn, didn't he? Disappointing. B minus.
137.
He's doubled his max tally
Robbie
for the
require
match and is now looking
144.
at a big finish to double his leg tally in the match. Another. For double 12.
132.
There we get the reaction. Close
Keelan,
but
you
no
require
cigar. Can
110.
K pick his pockets?
54.
Well, the answer was
Robbie
no.
required
Collins
12.
returning for double 6 for 2-0. He's lucky he's missed the double 10 there. And then he's used that dart.
Game shot on the second leg.
Well, it took the
Rob
referee
Collins.
Justin a while to see that it was indeed Justin. Didn't even wear a stripy jumper there, Rob Collins.
Third leg, it's Rob to throw first. Game on.
He is averaging at the moment 100.20, which is exactly a 15 dart leg average. He has done this already this year. He did that at Q School in a 6-0 success against John Cook, who
90.
was part of a viral video during the lockdown phases of darts.
100.
Well, there we see the stance of the Man of Steel. Pretty solid.
36.
The third throw the same as the first, which is important, I guess.
We could have the Man of Steel against the
57.
Rock on finals night. We've got the Rock in Group C that's taking place, finishing tomorrow afternoon.
No rocking in the action.
84.
Keelan K, you'll see, steps right across to the right-hand side of the hockey. That's where he starts. So he's throwing it at quite an angle, isn't he?
He just throw
57.
right over from the right-hand side of the hockey. There is no correct position to stand, but there is a correct way to stand in those positions.
60.
All to do with how the hips turn or rotate in order to eliminate those core muscles.
140.
And that's what Shakira was talking about.
100.
It's
Keelan,
a
you
score
require
that doesn't lie in a
147.
game of darts. Keelan K may need a big finish to adjust it in this one. He's not going to get it. Does Collins now decide to
83.
start on that
Rob, you
treble
require
17?
131.
He does. Would have been thinking tops, but 64, although a nice finish, certainly no gimme.
57.
Especially when you're
Keelan,
2-0
you
down
require 64.
and you've already lost a game already. Because you do sort of play the day a little bit as a continuum rather than each individual
24.
match. And
Rob, you require 74.
don't want to start off with back-to-back defeats. There are 3 positions available, so there's still opportunity and time.
54.
Well, up until then, it had all been going pretty much
Keelan, you require
Collins'
40.
way, but Keelan K can change that here. This would be a break of throw.
Game shot on the
That's
third
exactly
leg.
what he gets to
Keelan
halve the
K.
deficit in the third game of Group B.
Fourth leg, it's Keelan to throw first. Game on.
I do remember Keelan K around 5 or
100.
6 years ago when he was doing great things in the JDC. He was only 6'1" then. But yeah, always been
83.
a talented prospect. But I think it goes back to a conversation we were having earlier. It's kind of where he stayed. Haven't yet seen him totally develop into
85.
a big force. Challenging to be on more than the Challenge Tour and the Development Tour, and here, of course, at the Super Series.
46.
Ultimately, there are only so many places at the very top of the game. We're seeing some of the real big names and characters of the game now coming out of
98.
those top positions. As I don't think the standard's going up, I just think the standard's getting spread more. I think it's just getting wider in terms of the amount of people that can produce that level of
60.
performance.
Well, for Rob Collins, you mentioned earlier his average at 100 after a couple of legs. It has
100.
fallen off a cliff. He's now down at about 83.5. And he's really struggling to hunt down those trebles.
140.
You might not know it from that visit,
Keelan,
but
you
still not on a
require
finish. Keelan
118.
K has 2 visits to take this out.
Game shot in the fourth leg.
That's a good
Keelan
finish
K.
there from Keelan K. At 2-0 down, you were starting to fear the worst from him and thought he could find himself in a spot of bother here. But 2
Fifth leg
good
is Rob
legs.
to
That one, a
throw
15
first.
darter with a
Game on.
118 finish.
Well, you did pose a question, Matthew, about how soon we might see Collins suffer some fatigue after a hard day's work. The answer potentially was after a couple of legs.
23.
The man who, in the previous phase, had an average of 110 to show exactly what he's capable of.
96.
And that high-quality start to this match has just disappeared.
He was a man that was in quite a few headlines earlier on this year. If you remember Q-Score going into the final
135.
day, Alan Sherrock was about a win away from getting a PDC tour card, and if she would have won one more
55.
game and got an extra point, she probably would have got it. It was Rob Collins that prevented her from getting it that day. A 6-3 success for Rob Collins.
We see here how the
57.
tables have turned. Not just in the averages that have flip-flopped, but potentially in the scoreline as well. Keelan K 2-0 down in this
94.
one. Looking to get ahead.
$100.
How has he got that in that corner? I was just about to say, these as a dart player are some of the most frustrating darts you can throw when you throw really good darts and they're just touching the wire. And the longer
60.
that goes, the more frustrating it can come. And I genuinely don't know how he got it in that corner. Really, really good dart there from Rob Collins.
145.
And a good visit to follow it up. Maybe we're seeing the end of this spell, this drought.
100.
And they call
Robbie
it a
require
siesta.
41.
It's actually quite a fitting analogy. Wake up, Rob.
Game shot in the fifth leg.
Back to
Rob
work.
Collins. Sixth leg, it's Keelan to
He
throw
had been
first. Game
snoozing
on.
mid-match. He might well have just woke up in the nick of time after that small siesta. By the way, you could be
93.
here for a fiesta on Saturday night. Tickets are available from dartshop.tv or simply by scanning that QR code on your screen. And come and join
140.
the party in Pompey if you are in and around the Portsmouth area, or can be on Saturday. Doors open at 6:30. The action gets underway at 7:30, and a great night is had by all. Anybody who tuned in
140.
on Saturday will know that. Anyone who was here will certainly vouch for that. And if you were here, send us a message at MSS Darts. Let us know about your experience.
100.
Tickets for just £2, and you could be here on Saturday enjoying some top quality arrows action.
58.
You got anything else that you can get for £2 other than 2 trolleys?
I'm struggling now.
60.
Is a lottery ticket still £1?
I wouldn't have thought so, but I'm not into all that.
41.
Winning at the lottery of life.
Especially ice cream.
Yeah, well, the way that inflation has gone over the last year or so, it's at safe to say that the best things in life really are £2.
21.
Rob Collins has made a bit of a mess of that one. Last 2 visits, 60 and 21. They have just opened the door here for Keelan
57.
to take this one all the way.
Collins is going to put himself in the perfect position. You
140.
feel that's what he does. So this has to
Keelan, you
go.
require 112.
Can Keelan K take it out? Could have moved away there. Not many
56.
dart players think about that shot.
Rob, you require
54 for
40.
38 with 92 left, but he seemed blocked. And he's allowed the opportunity for Collins
Game,
to
shot,
cash in.
and the match,
He pictures
Rob
perfectly
Collins.
and ends the match like he started it. There was a bit of a sleepy spell in the middle from the Man of Steel. But he gets over the line in the end. A 4-2 success to win his opener and to condemn Keelan K to 2 straight defeats. A 118, check out the highlight for him. 50% on the doubles, 2 out of 4. 4 out of 9 for Rob Collins, but it's a 4-2 success for Collins. And coming next, Wesley Harms takes on Ryan Palmer.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code.
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Rob Collins got his campaign off and underway with the perfect start, a 4-2 win over Keelan Kay. He's going to need a big push in the second half of tonight's session. Right, next up for us, Wesley Harms up against Ryan Palmer. Two players already in the winners' enclosure this evening. Who's going to make it 2 from 2? Here's Chris and Matt.
Well, let's find out. Will it be Ryan the Lion Palmer, or will it be Wesley Harms and his snakeskin sneakers? The 38-year-old from Denham, looking to build on that 4-2 victory over Keelan Kay in the first match of the night. Ryan Palmer, well, he got the better of Lee Cox. A really good result for him. Cox did crumble, but you have to give credit to the man who hit the 4 doubles to win the match.
And that was Ryan Palmer, a ex-PDC tour card holder. When you've had one of those tour cards, it's just a symbol or a
First
badge of
leg is
honour to
Wesley
see
to
you've
throw
got that
first. Game on.
touch of quality that you can't give him those opportunities. And
All right, we know you had a PDC tour card. But it is true, you make the point, don't you? There's only 128 professional darts players at any
81.
given time by that metric. And there are a lot of very, very good darts players, so to have been part of that elite is
121.
a real badge of honour.
$140.
got a bit of a look about him tonight, Wesley Harms.
134.
Well, I was going to say focus, but I think if I had to describe it, I'd just get the image in my head of a Terminator.
70.
Yeah, a little bit moody, isn't he, Harms? Has played in PDC tournaments himself, of course, 5 times.
60.
He's appeared at the Grand Slam, reaching the last 16 in 2012 and 2018. Beaten by the eventual winner, Raymond van Barneveld, in 2012.
100.
And in his last appearance, sorry, his penultimate appearance in 2018, he was beaten by the eventual runner-up, Gary Anderson.
94. Wesley require 110.
No harm in that.
Well, he was in that final, but we won't go into that. And he won't go into what he was hoping to either.
78.
So a chance for Ryan Palmer,
Ryan
who's
require
been
92.
so far this evening snaffling up chances.
Game shot in the
that.
first leg. Ryan Palmer.
Fabulous finish.
I thought so. That game, Gary Anderson, Wesley Harms, was the
Second
one.
leg is Ryan.
Oh, yeah,
Today
I know
first.
where he's going here. Warning, cover your ears if you don't like sort of toilet talk.
They both accused each other of
100.
flatulence.
Yeah. What was it called? Should we just say it? Fartgate? Yeah, there was indeed.
60.
Well remembered. Well, you've got a thing about smells, haven't you?
It made mainstream media.
58.
Yeah, Gary Anderson gave a rather infamous interview after that one, didn't he? Saying that if it was him, he would have admitted it.
137.
Actually, turned out to be neither, didn't it, in the end?
Yeah, he gave a very unique approach of how to
100.
how it wasn't him.
How are we going to get out of this?
We've just got to hope that Ryan Palmer it's a 180 here in the next visit.
60.
Right, to end the toilet talk. No, carry on. Did we find out the culprit in the end?
59.
It was one of the security guards, wasn't it, on front?
Well, this is a
24.
pretty pongy performance so far from Wesley Harms. Not happening. For the Dutchman.
64. $100. Ryan, you require 120.
Will Palmer take out the 92 in the first leg? Can he add the Shanghai shot? He won't.
56.
Had to be
Wesley,
careful
you
then. I
require
did say shots.
120.
Oh, and that's a sloppy dart there from Wesley Harms.
84. Ryan, you require
Eliminated the
64.
opportunity there on the 120. He just had to stay straight. He'll be disappointed with that. But Ryan Palmer, when he's been presented these opportunities, has been taking them.
Just checked himself there. Not sure if that was something
32.
untoward on stage.
Wesley require 36.
Had to stop himself before
Game shot in the second leg.
letting one
Wesley
go.
Harms.
But Harms has done exactly that. It's found the double. 1-1.
Third leg, it's Wesley to throw first.
It's ironic, isn't it?
Game
You do
on.
all these great things in your career, and the second you mentioned that game, I was like, I remember that moment. It's moments like that that sort of stick to players.
Yeah, infamy tends to last longer
100.
than fame, doesn't it? You talk about Price and Anderson in that final, that the both of them world champions, but
60.
often that's the match now that everybody remembers.
Tell me a game Paul Hinks refereed on. You're going to go straight to Phil Taylor, Michael Van Gerwen for the 1-2-7 in game.
$140.
I suppose when Wesley Harms plays Lee
120.
Cox at around 10 to midnight, they'll sort of cancel each other out in a way, won't they?
Well, that was in. That would have been a 180, but it came out the treble.
Few of these in this match. It didn't happen in his first match. Darts finding their way into the
85.
5. The bad dart for Harms in match 1 was a dart low below the treble 20, but now he's actually losing his line as well as his length.
140.
You won't mind as long as he's not losing the match.
60.
But this could be an opportunity presenting itself here for Ryan Palmer.
And he has been an opportunist tonight so far.
87.
Will he get one?
Wesley require
Took out 92 in leg 1.
116.
He leaves 94, but Harms has the chance to hit this. Treble 20 leaves double 18. Not to be.
We've seen
100.
Ryan Palmer utilise the
require
bullseye route on
94.
here. Will he stick with that? He does. There's 19 for the ball. These big barrels
47.
can be a friend
Wesley
or a foe in that
requires 16.
situation.
Yeah, would have been hoping to bounce off the barrel that was intended as a marker in the 25.
Game shot in the
Instead,
third
he
leg.
finds himself behind
Wesley Harms.
2-1 to Sparky.
Fourth leg, it's Ryan to throw first. Game on.
This match 4 of 10 that we will bring you tonight. Following it, Lee Cox against Rob Collins. Keelan Kay
123.
looking for a first win. He'll meet Ryan Palmer around half an hour's time. And then Harms will return to face Cox. His final fixture is right at the end of the night, the last
135.
match against Rob Collins. Ryan Palmer's got the shorter session this evening. He plays in the 8th match. That will be
100.
his final appearance of night 1 of this group.
He did attend the recent challenge tour. Ryan Palmer
123.
wasn't able to win a game. He lost 4 of them all in the first game. Most notably to Kieran Tian, someone we see
140.
down here at the Super Series on a regular basis, and one of the senior players now, Alan Tabern.
180. Ryan, you require 138.
Well, great timing that from Harms. He puts pressure on this. Will he stay there? He did.
98.
But Harms' maximum has given
Wesley
him a
requires
chance to break the
63.
throw and take total control of this contest.
Game shot in the 4th leg.
That's exactly what he
Wesley
does.
Harms.
There's 3 good visits to get there as well. We'll talk about the 180 at the back end of that leg, but
5th leg is
that was
Wesley to
following
throw
a
first.
1, 2, 3 and a
Game
1,
on.
3, 5. Wesley Harms stepping it up at the right time. And he continues that on into this leg.
180.
Second 180 of this match. He'd managed to hit 12 across his Group A campaign,
100.
which was 15 matches.
We certainly picked it up towards the end of
100.
this one, Wesley Harms. You can see the standard is as good as we've seen tonight.
86.
And unlike games we've seen that have been around this sort of average earlier on, you get the sense that Wesley's going to maintain this.
60.
He's
already done the damage in this leg.
Well, takes the 25 off straight away, but still had to be perfect
86.
from there on in.
Wesley require 161.
I'm not too keen on that way.
I'm not too keen on that way. Well, he really feels he has to stay there.
41.
Was it Sinatra who did it his way?
Certainly was.
100.
It
Wesley
is
require
the awkward
120.
129. Will he even get a go at it? Well, he will.
60.
And he pull off
Ryan,
a
you
party
require
piece here, Ryan Palmer.
99.
Well, it's not going his way.
Wesley requires 60.
As Harms looks to take out 60. All about the first start here, and that should be absolutely fine. Got over the top, but not high enough.
50.
He hasn't yet finished it.
Ryan, you
Couple of
require
mismatch
30.
starts there for Wesley Harms. Offers the opportunity to Ryan Palmer.
Game shot in the
Gets
5th
in
leg.
with the second
Ryan
dart.
Palmer.
It looked like job done in the early part of that leg for Wesley Harms, but at the moment, I said he seems like he's going to
6th
keep
leg
this
is Ryan
going.
to throw first.
It all went wrong.
Game on.
But he threw a bit of a dead cat treble 20, the Lion there, didn't he, as well? The last start to leave himself
97.
on an odd-numbered double that could have caused him problems, but it worked out perfectly for Palmer in the end. He might yet have one of those
100.
nights where he keeps nicking legs and therefore nicking matches.
134.
You won't mind one bit. That's points on the table. Points on the table. Equal
100.
pounds in the pocket.
Perfect first start.
100.
Straight ton does get him down to the 170. A checkout he attempted in his very first leg tonight.
41. Ryan, you require 170.
But based on that, if he gets to 2 treble 20s, he'll go for it, but we'll never know.
94.
However, he does leave it handy.
$140. Ryan, you require 76.
It will be just one dart to save this match.
40.
And now he's got to
Wesley
stand and hope
require
there's nothing more we can
120.
do. Single, a treble and a double for Harms. His second victory of the night.
60.
They can't quite
Ryan, you require 36.
put the padlock on. And
Game
Palmer
shot on the
once
6th
again
leg. Ryan
makes the
Palmer.
most of a chance that comes his way. And once again, finds himself in the last leg decider
7th and final leg. It's Wesley to throw
1-1
first.
against Lee
Game
Cox
on.
earlier tonight. He's now out to break Wesley Harms here. One of them will go top of the table, having won 2 from 2. I know
85.
It seems early to say that, but they will be a quarter of their way through this group.
97.
One of the real good features of Group A and Group C
180.
was in these 3-3 situations, players finding their absolute best. It appears to be continuing into this.
81.
Wesley Harms, a perfectly timed 180, his third of the match.
Has shown some top timing tonight, hasn't he? Particularly with the maximums.
56.
And that's it. You don't have to win every single moment. You don't have to win every single exchange. And you see this and feel this a lot when you see some of the younger players.
180.
But that is winning one of the key moments. A good exchange there from Ryan Palmer to jump on the 56. And Wesley Harms just gave a mini opportunity.
Well, he might have been in a position, Ryan Palmer, where he had to
100.
take out
Ryan, you require 143.
3-2-3 in 6. And he might just do it. Oh, he came close to that treble. That's not far away at all.
127.
But this is a tricky
Wesley
finish.
require 80.
The modern day dart player tries to avoid leaving a shot like this because you can end up blocking tops. That shouldn't. He was closer to actually
40.
busting his score there, but he doesn't find the target.
Ryan, you
And
require
Palmer
16.
can pinch another one.
Well, there
Game,
was an opportunity
shot,
earned
and the
from
match,
there was amazing
Ryan
last
Palmer.
6 darts. The 127 with the bullseye, last start in hand, and the 180 earned him the opportunity. And he seals the deal. A 94.11 average, 50% on the doubles. A polished performance there for Ryan Palmer, who picks up another 2 points with his second 4-3 success of the night. Coming up next, we've got Lee Cox taking on Rob Collins.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the Lion is roaring once again. Ryan Palmer winning another last leg decider, this time against Wesley Harms to complete a 4-3 victory, a 13-dart leg as well. Right, we're heading towards the halfway point of our evening. And it's going to see Lee Cox in action. He takes on Rob Collins, and this is going to be watched by Chris and Matt.
Thank you, Henry. Yes, Palmer picking pockets here at the Super Series. But now attention turns to Crawley's Lee Cox and Rob Collins from just down the road in Bognor Regis. 44-year-old former Challenge Tour winner, twice a UK Open participant, and a winner in his opening match of the night, 4-2 against Keelan Kay. So it's about how he builds on that and about how Lee Cox responds to that. Well, it was something of a capitulation against Ryan Palmer. I know that sounds harsh, but he just had that feeling in that last leg that Cox had started to let the sort of devil on his right shoulder win.
First leg, it's Lee to throw first. Game on.
When we look at the story of each of the individual players tonight, isn't that the story of Lee Cox's night in general? How is he going to react? How is he going to react to those great darts that he threw in Group A?
60.
But wasn't able to convert that into qualification through to Saturday on leg difference once again.
Yeah, leg difference twice, legs won once.
22.
And look, we see it quite often in this group. Third and fourth place finishing on the same amount of points. Usually
55.
that number is around 8 when you end up with a legs won, when you get one player getting cut adrift at the bottom of the table and the rest of them fighting it out. So if you can win more than half of your games on the first
41.
night, you put yourself in a very good position. So Cox is still in with an opportunity to do that, but the next hour for him will be massive. This one against Rob Collins, then Kay plays Palmer,
77.
and then Cox returns to take on Harms, who himself will be recovering from being pickpocketed by Ryan Palmer.
140.
I feel I've got to ask before we get in the true meat of this game. You popped out the commentary box just before the start of this game. Was it to go check out the fragrance?
83.
We're talking about Lee Cox, aren't we, and not what we discussed in the previous match?
26.
Well, that stinks from Rob Collins. We mentioned the many faces of
100.
Rob Collins. He really is the Mount Rushmore of the MODUS Super Series. But you also mentioned potential fatigue, and we are seeing a few sort of face rubs and things like that. Is it
21.
a bit lethargic this tonight from Rob
Lee
Collins?
require 126.
I've called a couple of Rob Collins' games, and when it gets to the back end of this, he does start to struggle, certainly on the Friday.
Well, Lee Cox was allowed the luxury of going this route with Collins not on a finish.
110.
In the end, he's left a nice double.
We know he's got a lot of quality. Winning those Challenge Tour events, certainly not easy. They're a bit of a marathon, but a marathon in a field of quality.
100. Lee requires 16.
Double 8 there for Cox to draw
Game shot on the
first blood.
first leg. Lee Cox.
And he does that. Collins with a slow start, a very slow start in terms of standard. But do you think that the pace
Second leg, it's Rob
has
to throw
slowed down a
first.
little bit
Game
here from
on.
Rob Collins as well?
Oh, absolutely. Very visible to see. Might even be a case of just trying to be a bit too deliberate rather than something that he's actually trying
58.
to suck the pace from the game.
Pedestrian play from Collins, and it's not resulting in high performance.
135.
It might be the match that Lee Cox needs, where the opponent is kind of there, but not involved.
Well, he
140.
kind of had that in the game with Ryan Palmer. At the start of it, there was no drama. He was fully in control of it. The drama was caused by himself. It was caused by his own mistakes.
140.
Giving Ryan Palmer opportunities that he just said, thank you very much. I'll have a bit of that.
And Collins here, starting on treble 20 on 303. Staying on treble 20. He got away with that.
180.
140 would have left him on a bogey.
Doing the wrong things and getting the right
85.
results.
Rob, you require 123.
Yeah, somehow got the right answer despite not understanding the question. But is that a sign of the sort of potential tiredness as well? The fact that he wasn't aware of
57.
what he was on, what Lee was on, perhaps.
141.
Maybe the math's just not a strong point for him, but just sort of reminds me of the bloke who tries to fix the telly by
40.
smacking it, and then all of a sudden it
Rob,
turns
you
back on
require
again.
66.
Double top.
46. Lee, you require 101.
Double 19 leaves double 12. Not too big, so Collins will have more darts at
54.
double.
Rob, you require 20.
I think there have been one or two people smack the telly when we've been in comms together, Matt. And he smack those barrels and find the double. He can.
Game shot on the second leg.
And we
Rob
get the full Collins celebration. But once again, I mean,
Third leg is Lee to
it's
throw
okay
first.
from
Game
Rob
on.
Collins. It's an 18-dart leg. Not spectacular, but it is Lee Cox starting a match like he was just going to run riot and not have any
100.
trouble. But suddenly embroiled in a game.
And it's not been the story of his week.
180.
Because I've been saying all week about how well Lee Cox has been performing
100.
and just sort of shrugging off negativity. But I suppose when it's highlighted in the way that it has been, in terms of his qualification and the fact he didn't want to
100.
be here, he wanted to be at home for a couple of days. He would have set out on his journey to the Challenge Draw a week ago now, and he's not been home since.
180.
Both players hitting maxis in leg 3. Gets Cox down to 1-2-1. That's after Collins kicked off with 4 perfect darts. And now he's hunting down a treble 17 to leave
57.
something similar.
Lee, you require
Does leave a finish, but it's
121.
a massive one. It is one he'll get a go at, though.
It's one that Lee Cox has hit himself.
81. Rob, you require 164.
And this is the way Lee Cox went as well. Is he going to get a taste of his own?
Well, that would have looked very inviting indeed.
126. Lee, you require
Cox, who
40.
gets a throw at double for a 13-darter. 14
shot on
will
the third
do,
leg.
and 14
Lee
will do
Cox.
for Lee Cox, who recaptures the lead in this encounter and gave it a bit of a Rob Collins celebration in the end. Rob rubbing off on Cox.
Fourth leg is Rob to throw first. Game on.
When you talk about an inviting dart, there's an inviting dart. That first one just sat beautifully in the board. And
140.
I'm not surprised in the slightest to see that one be a 140.
40.
Rather opposite fortunes for Lee.
$97. $100.
How big a game is this for Lee Cox? I know it's only the
41.
second game on a Thursday night, the first of two in this group. But if he loses his first two matches, he's immediately playing catch-up, isn't he?
Well, they'll join
100.
Keelan Kay in that same position because he's already lost two already. And I suppose if you are Ryan Palmer and Wesley Harms, that's the situation you want. You kind of want players to get cut adrift. There are 3 qualification places.
140.
And they could all sort of do each other a bit of a favour here and potentially keep 2 players out of the running.
It means you'd have to win all your remaining games
80.
to guarantee getting through the group.
Rob, you require 83.
Rob Collins looking to level this one. Well, again, he wasn't aware of where he was there. He was taking aim at the 16 to throw at Bull and then actually did check himself and realised that Lee Cox wasn't on a finish, so there's no need
43.
to go that way. Very much autopilot darts, isn't it, from Rob Collins?
And I don't think he'd have checked if it wasn't for the bounce out of Lee Cox.
140.
I think had all 3 darts gone in, I don't think he'd have looked.
Rob,
I think he
you
probably
require
just thought,
40.
ooh, because he's seen Lee Cox pick that
Game
dart
shot
up,
on the
that an
fourth
opportunity
leg.
may have
Rob
presented itself, and
Collins.
he is up for this.
Always up for it, isn't he, Rob Collins?
5th leg, it's Lee to throw first. Game on.
Very, very interesting complexion on this match. Rob Collins might be sleepwalking into a perfect night.
100.
Well, Lee Cox might be at the start of another Super Series nightmare.
I think right now Lee Cox probably feels he's in
96.
that nightmare, and he wants to wake up and come out of the other side of it.
Well, here's how he does it.
100.
See the contrast in styles between the pair. I mean, to my untrained eye, Matt, they actually look pretty similar in the way they throw the darts. Tell me how wrong I am.
96.
I mean, fundamentally, in terms of the actual arm looking at it as a lever and the
81.
extension, they are pretty similar in that sense. The grips are very different. See, Rob Collins gripping at the very back of the barrel, where Lee Cox is very
60.
unusual in his grip. You'll see here he holds the dart quite closer to the point, which is past that central balance point of the dart, which is why he has to have certain equipment on his darts,
81.
such as a big standard flight at the back. If he was to go with, say, a kite flight, for example, he'd probably get a lot of fishtailing, a lot of waving of the dart. That's because he's come past that central balance point. It's very unusual, not something we see very
119.
often.
Lee, you require 139.
When he gets it right, very effective.
Well, you were casting an eye on the throws there. I was looking at the numbers again, and once again we saw Rob Collins make a bit of a
32.
mathematical error. A couple of visits
Rob, you
ago
require
started 309
130.
on treble 20, and Cox was likely to leave a finish, which he did. In the end, in this leg, it doesn't appear to have done any damage, but it is just something that we need to keep an eye on because the
44.
Collins
Lee, you
calculator
require
is
107.
malfunctioning tonight. That's one of the problems with starting on treble 20 for that route. If you miss either side, you ain't going to leave a
76.
shot. Whereas if you went downstairs,
Rob, you require 86.
it'd still be on. And it is still on for Rob Collins, double 7, to edge ahead with a break to boot as well. And you
Game
mentioned the
shot on the fifth
nightmare.
leg.
Well, Lee
Rob
Cox, you can
Collins.
see visibly that he feels that he's getting a visit from the bogeyman.
6th leg is Rob to throw first. Game on.
He's looking around the room thinking, why is it always me?
Why always Lee?
39.
And the thing is, these narratives build, don't they? People like us put them across that somehow he keeps missing out, narrowly keeps
81.
becoming the Neely man. I mean, right now, he'd probably love to be on level points for 3rd place tomorrow night.
But then don't you turn up and play that story rather than the games
119.
and essentially your own story. You try playing the story that's sort of being painted, although that is the story that Lee Cox is painting as well at the moment. Wondering
40.
what he's got to do to get through to a Saturday night.
Well, it's almost a lack of narrative and story that's helping Rob Collins as well, because he's just throwing his darts and half the time not throwing them where he should, but it's
97.
kind of immaterial at the moment.
$140. $58.
Finely balanced. Lee Cox can convert this 240. He will have the advantage of throw in the deciding leg.
100.
He has been to a deciding leg in his opening game. Went against him, Ryan Palmer. 4-3 victory.
95. Lee require
The fact that
140.
Palmer's won both of his matches 4-3 means that if Collins does return a positive result here, he will be sitting at the peak of the pile.
60. Robbie
2
require
wins from
93.
2 and a better leg difference. Treble 19. Fabulous start for double 18. Double 9. And Collins
Game,
claims it.
shot, and the match.
He does the
Rob
double,
Collins.
wins his first couple of matches and inflicts more pain on Lee Cox at the Super Series. You can see visibly he is disappointed, furious with himself at the moment. Cox, who just missed out on qualifying in Group A on leg difference, has had a nightmare start to Group B. Is it happening again to Lee Cox? Well, all will be revealed as the night and tomorrow night pans out, and the action continues after this short break when Keelan Kay takes on Ryan Palmer.
Well, welcome back, everyone, to the MODUS Super Series. We are halfway through our Thursday evening action. Matthew Edgar has made his way from the commentary booth up to the presentation area to assess what we've seen so far this evening. These are the results from the matches that we have seen so far this evening. This is what we have seen then. Kicked off with Wesley Harms claiming a 4-2 victory against Keelan Kay, but it's Ryan Palmer, well, 2 4-3 victories and 2 wins where he's really found a way of getting out of there.
And 2 wins on the board straight away, 4 points. Perfect start for Ryan Palmer. Has he been the best player in these situations, in these games? Not all the time. Has he been the best player when he needs to be? Absolutely. And that's why he's got those victories.
But they'll say, you know, good wins, good performances. But look, points are all points, aren't they, at the end of the day?
And when you can win those key exchanges as well, that is why he's had a PDC Tour card in the past. When you can win those moments, when you can step in on those chances that are presented, shots like those 72s and those 67s where you might only get a dart in your hand, he's been taking all of those.
Bob Collins also joining him there. Good legs difference as well. We saw last time he was here, 110 average in one of his matches. Had a good Q score. We know what he's capable of.
Rob Collins is a former Challenge Tour champion, and they are very tricky events to win. They are multiple entries. You're looking 7 rounds plus at times with good quality fields. So to win one of those and have one of those on your CV, you've got to be a quality dart player.
What about Lee Cox? Obviously, there was disappointment yesterday. Didn't make it through, and we know the circumstances surrounding it, and it feels like tonight has been a little bit of a hangover.
We asked the question if that's going to be a problem, and it's looking like it is. We know that Lee Cox is very aware of the situation. You can see this from the posts that he's put out on social media in terms of how he feels like he's not been able to get over the line. And he missed out this week as well in possibly the best situation he's ever been in to qualify so far. He wasn't able to convert it at the end of the week. He's back here again. I said at the start when we was up here before the show even started, he's going to be disappointed to be here, and it's looking that way within his games.
Very quickly, Keelan Kay, he's going to be involved in our next match. Into must-win territory, aren't we?
Not just yet. He's still got a little bit of time, but for his own personal sake, I'll say yes. Well,
let's get it on then. Let's get to the second half of this Thursday evening session here at the Super Series. We kick off with Keelan Kay up against Ryan Palmer. Matthew Edgar is going to make his way down to the commentary booth to join Chris Murphy.
Cheers, gentlemen. Yes, this is indeed an important match for Keelan Kay, bottom of the table with 2 defeats from 2 matches. The first one a 4-2 reverse at the hands of Harms, and then he was beaten by the same scoreline by Rob Collins, a lord of the board, not living up to the billing at the moment. Ryan the Lion, though, is snaffling his prey at every possible opportunity. The 35-year-old Bristolian darter has won a couple of matches in last leg deciders, beating both Lee Cox and Wesley Harms. And he is just making the most of his opportunities and could put himself in a very strong position to reach finals night. I know that Chris Mason, our good friend and commentary colleague, always says if you can win at least half of your matches on the first night of Group B, you are in with a chance.
96.
And Ryan Palmer has already done that. Now, Matthew Edgar is the ace analyst in the commentary box alongside me this evening. I suppose, Matt,
99.
with that in mind, Palmer can kind of play with a little bit of freedom and free roll a little bit for the rest of the evening.
You asked that to Ryan Palmer. 45. There is no chance he's going to tell you that's the situation. Ryan Palmer is going to want to win every single one of these games.
I suppose that the thinking is that might help him win. And he has needed a little bit of help in winning so far, but he has helped himself when those chances have arrived.
121.
He has made the very most of every opportunity he's been given.
41.
I did mention up on the balcony, that's all you've got to do. You don't have to win every single moment. You don't have to win every single leg. When an opportunity presents itself, he's been taking every single one of them.
139. 60. Keelan, you require 100.
Well, this is an opportunity for his opponent, Keelan Kay, who, well, it hasn't gone okay for him so far tonight. But that's
Game shot in the
okay.
first leg. Keelan
And that is
Kay.
Kay in the lead, 1-0 to the youngster.
Second leg, it's Ryan to throw
He's
first.
done the
Game
Robert
on.
Rickwood, Matt.
The ton man, the superpower.
180.
If we are going to assign superpowers to the players, do we have to say maybe Ryan Palmer's showing quite a lot of bottle and
81.
character? Maybe that's his superpower, that his performance doesn't waver regardless of the scoreboard or the situation.
Yeah, it's been a strange day for superpowers, hasn't it? Because we could attribute that to
60.
Palmer. We've christened, or one of us has christened, Robert Rickwood the Ton Man, and David Evans has won all of his matches thanks to a rubber duck.
60.
If you weren't watching this afternoon, Evans had the clean sweep, taking a lucky mascot on stage, and he's basically blamed Matthew Edgar
85.
for his upturning fortunes. From sitting duck to sitting pretty at the top of the table, 10 points from a possible 10 for Evans, who's looking a cert
86.
for finals night, alongside Moreno Blom, who won Group A earlier in the week. Robert Rickwood, Yuri Brewer and Danny Lauby probably battling it out for second place in that group when it resumes tomorrow, 9:30
60.
a.m. Not 9:30 a.m. Why do I keep thinking that? 1 o'clock. MODUS Super Series YouTube channel.
134.
Wasn't
Ryan, you
it
require
Scott Walters who
116.
was in this position that David Evans is and didn't qualify?
Indeed it was, and it's a sore point for him when it comes to me, because I basically said to him,
80.
you don't need to turn up tomorrow, do you,
Keelan,
Scott?
you require
And didn't think
140.
he'd take it literally. Since then, he's done fantastic things and has made
60.
it through to the finals
Ryan, you
nights.
require 36.
Been pretty close. They're winning the lot, has
Game
Scott.
shot in the second leg. Ryan Palmer.
And Palmer levels up this one at 1 apiece.
Made reference
Third leg, it's
earlier
Keelan to throw first.
Ryan
Game
Palmer,
on.
due to the nickname the Lion, and if you're going to hear that roar, it reminds me of that Katy Perry song. Remember when Gerwyn Price decided
97.
to have that as a walk-on for a period of time?
Yeah, that was an odd one, wasn't it? The rhyming nickname, the route that Ryan's gone down.
48.
Wouldn't work for every single dart player.
100.
I
140.
mean, you're one who had to think outside the box yourself a little bit. Some obvious nicknames appear, don't they, because of rhymes and alliteration and stuff like that. But I have to give it to you, prime time, very
140.
original. As is the Lord of the Board. There must be a story behind that. Must ask Keelan. What gave him that nickname?
We
92.
could have
Keelan,
somewhat
you
of a
require
royal week, really, couldn't
164.
we? We could have the King of the Castle, the Queen of the Palace, the Lord of the Board.
Prince of Wales?
56.
Okay, maybe not a week, maybe nearly a Group B.
Oh, there must be some more. Well, there's a couple of
100.
kings, isn't there?
Keelan, you require 108.
Well, there's both the Kings currently tour card holders.
Yeah, there is that. We're struggling for a
26.
third of a group now, Matt.
Ryan, you require 121.
Forget the Royal Week. We'll just concentrate on the coronation on a Saturday night. Oh, what a coronation we had. The
29.
boy that would be king, Luke Little, at
Keelan,
16
you require
years of age,
82.
winning the £20,000 top prize and the Series 3 title. And here's another young gun
66.
doing good things, but it hasn't worked out.
Ryan, you
And
require
in the last match,
92.
Ryan Palmer took this out at this exact point of the game.
56.
Think he was going for double-double
Keelan,
there.
you require 16.
Yeah. You'll have to ask him.
No score.
We know
Ryan,
he's
you
going to be going
require
for the double on this
36.
one, double 18. Very 2-1 lead.
Well, he got closer. but
27.
Not too close to the double 9, and a pair of them suffering a little bit of double trouble. We saw a bit of
Keelan,
this
you
earlier
require
in one of the
16.
matches, David Evans and Mal Cumming, wasn't it? And ironically, after a 35 dart leg, Evans popped in a 1-4-1 finish in the one that followed. Well, this could start to get as messy.
12. Ryan, you require 9.
Palmer probably thought his opportunity had gone. You could see that in the frustration.
Does what some say is the hard bit. Doesn't miss the big number. Doesn't
Game
miss the
shot on
double
third
either.
leg. Ryan
And
Palmer.
once again, Ryan Palmer, this evening's dartful dodger, has seen a wallet hanging out of a
Fourth leg
pocket
is Ryan to throw
and
first.
pinched it.
Game on. $60.
And if he is originally of that mode of a couple of wins tonight would be okay, it'll keep me in the running, I can guarantee you that's not how he feels right now.
96.
I mentioned earlier on that I played at the very end of Super Series 3 in week number 12 in Group B. And
140.
when I originally walked through the doors, I thought top 3, happy days, and that'll qualify me in. And then soon as the first game started, I didn't think like that. It was all about winning the
100.
group. And when I sit here in this chair right now, I will sit here and say the only thing that matters is again in that top 3. But when you're in that practice room, it's completely different. You want to win the group.
100.
Well, you mentioned as well Scott Walters earlier on. He won all of his matches, 5 games in fact, in Group C, but then didn't get through. I don't think it's ever happened in Group B
58.
where a player's won all 4 games and then not made it through on the first night. We'll stand corrected if anybody in our production team can recall a time, but I'm
139.
not sure anyone's gone through the card on a Thursday night and not made it through at the end of Friday.
Quite often 8 points is
43.
enough for that third
Ryan, you
position.
require 62.
3-1 if he hits double 16. Having to step across. Looks like he's going over the top of this,
Game
and that's
shot on the
exactly
fourth
what
leg.
he's done.
Ryan Palmer.
Perfectly pitched by Palmer, who is crushing K and running riot in this group. 3-1.
Fifth
Yeah,
leg
8
is
points
Keelan
often
to
is
throw
enough. Some
first.
players have
Game
missed out on 8 points, but it's rare that a player. I'm not sure a player's won all 4 and then lost all 4. To be
59.
honest, in this group, but that may have happened. If it has, they've still gone through.
I know it's happened. A player's lost all 4, then won all 4. David Pallett.
99.
However, 10 points is usually enough to get you through. The only way it can't is if 4 players finish on 10 points in this group.
121.
And if you win 6 out of 8, you're definitely through. So if Palmer ends the night winning 4, he knows 2 games away from being guaranteed a place at finals night.
96.
We've only got 1 player fully confirmed there. And it's a player who didn't expect it at any point of the day.
59.
Reno Blom winning Group A after losing his first 4 matches. So there are inspirations to be had there for
96.
Lee Cox and Keelan Kay, who are on course for that. They've lost their first 2 matches.
The other thing as well is that the fixtures are, of course, played in reverse
86.
order. So it's very, very plausible that if Palmer does have a clean sweep this evening, he may know by then if he wins his first match, he'll be through.
80.
Because all of the other 4 players in the group are going to play before he does. And it might be what the likes of Keelan Kay and Lee Cox are now hoping for, is for
54.
Palmer to run away with
Ryan,
it.
you
and
require
the rest of them
130.
fight it out for the last couple of spots. Treble 20 and the ball would see him win this one.
58. Keelan, you require 122.
Ball.
97.
He's now got to survive a 72
Ryan
if he's going to
requires
come back.
72.
Ironically, this was the exact shot that I said to Henry that Ryan Palmer's been picking off all day. I said the 72s,
Game.
and there it
Shot.
is.
And the match, Ryan
It's as if I've got
Palmer.
the crystal ball out. But Ryan Palmer hits the top of the table
3 games played, 3 games won. It's a perfect start for Ryan Palmer in his Group B campaign. He's got another match to come a bit later on, but before then, we're going to watch Wesley Harms and Lee Cox.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code.
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Well, that's how you can be there, and Ryan Palmer's not doing his cause any harm whatsoever. That is now free from free for the line. Who is purring in Group B. He's just beaten Kid and K by 4 legs to 1. Next up for us, we're going to see Wesley Harms in action. He's going to take on Lee Cox. And watching this one in the commentary box, here's Matt and Chris.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, this one should be a very interesting battle, and it's a battle between, well, Lee Cox and Wesley Harms, but maybe Cox and himself, because he is having that nightmare night after a very promising start to the week. Although Wesley Harms hasn't had the greatest start to his Group B campaign either. Does have a win, though, from his first 2 matches. Will feel that maybe it should be more, having been beaten by Ryan Palmer in the last leg decider. The same goes for Lee Cox, having lost that one against Palmer in 7 legs, and then in 6 legs against Rob Collins in his last outing. And every match takes on a little bit more importance, doesn't it, Matt?
Absolutely, and I really like what you said there. I think it's so true. This is Lee Cox versus Lee Cox. And that's how this night has felt all the way
First
through.
leg is Wesley to throw first. Game on.
He was ultimately disappointed to have not qualified, but he's still got an opportunity to do so here, and
66.
he needs to find that resilience that we saw at the start of the week, and the resilience that took him to a Challenge Tour semi-final just a few days ago.
100.
Just want to remind viewers what happened the last time he was here. So it was week 6 of Series 3.
100.
And Lee Cox finished on level points, 22 points in fact, at the top of Group A with Robert Thornton. But ended up missing
60.
out on leg difference after being beaten by Thornton in his penultimate match. And then watching Gary Stafford, I think, missed 12 match darts against Thornton in a last leg decider.
100.
So it felt then that it was going so right and it went so wrong. He then played in Group B, and he finished in 4th position, tied on 8 points with both Johnny Haynes and Darryl
140.
Fitton. There were 3 legs between the 3 of them, and Cox came out on the wrong end. And then, of course, this week, as Matt's mentioned during the show, Group A leading
45.
the way seemingly from the start, ended up finishing tied on points with this man, Wesley Harms, and Moreno Blom, and again missing out on leg difference. It should actually be pointed out that Wesley Harms himself missed out on legs 1.
105.
Wesley Harms went into the final game, and all he needed was 1 leg. He went into that game against Lee Cox. Lee Cox beat him 4-0.
Lee require 96.
If I'm going down, you're going down with me. That's nice, double top.
76.
No sign
Wesley
of a
require
lack of
90.
confidence with that attempt from Lee Cox.
But are we going to get the first bit of revenge? Can he get a leg that he couldn't get yesterday that would have put him through?
60.
Point you want, you need to be
Lee
here
require
today.
20. $10.
Did beat Lee Cox 4-3 the day before.
Wesley require 30.
Cox got a 4-1 win on Monday.
Game shot in the first leg. Wesley
But the
Harms.
nightmare could be unfolding again for Lee Cox. And again, we've pushed it and spoke about that feeling, but it's almost evident,
Second
isn't
leg
it,
is
in
Lee
every
to throw first. Game
action
on.
and reaction from Lee Cox that he's just got the sense that it's happening to him rather than making it happen for him.
100.
And again, reaction, the word you use there. A word that both myself and Scott Mitchell during Group A were saying we've been really impressed with Lee Cox because
45.
there is literally no reaction. It has been all on task.
There we see how his darts react to one another.
60.
And a sandwich one in there. Wesley Harms. Slightly different angle of entry. Pretty flat his darts land in the board. That's
60.
something you don't often see from the standard camera angle. And that should work quite well for Lee Cox.
80.
Well, he hasn't made use of what was a pretty good marker.
You can see him sort of wiping the brow. He's really starting to
85.
feel the situation, but I think what this is the build-up of frustration now for Lee Cox.
85.
A few wayward ones from the pair of them, and yeah, you can see that ironic grin. It's almost a resigned smile, isn't it, from Lee Cox? Just want to get out of the commentary
100.
box and go and put my arm around him, Matt.
You're determined to get a smell of this aftershave, aren't you?
Just want to
100.
say to Lee, it's not odour till it's odour.
60. Lee requires
Is it
76.
fair to say he's looking like a man who feels he had it in his hands and he's just standing watching it slip through his fingers and he can't
Game
stop
shot
it?
in the second leg.
Well, maybe
Lee
that
Cox.
could be the rot stopper as he levels a match with a nice 76 finish. But yeah, indeed, even that looks, the reaction is a little bit late, but it's almost
Third
like
leg is Wesley to throw
well,
first.
it's too late now.
Game on.
Going through his mind, and indeed, a man who felt he had the world in his hands and now instead has the weight of it on his shoulders.
78.
I'm sure you've been in that position when it's felt like everything's been going wrong, and even things like that can just sort of confirm it in your
23.
mind, can't they?
Oh, absolutely. And it's very hard to get out of that negative mindset, but one thing we can't do is we can't have a positive and a negative at the same
60.
time. So if you're being negative and you get caught in that negative sense, you can't be positive. So we need to find a way and positivity to attach ourselves to,
140.
which is a constant mindset. And sort of don't let the short-term form affect the long-term process.
And don't let the past
60.
determine the present and the future. The truth is, Lee Cox is still very much in his hands, isn't it?
Well, a lot of the time what happens if you talk about those
81.
three tenses is you forget about the present tense, and the past tense and the future tense normally take over. So you worry about what's gone wrong in the past, which makes you fear the future, which
57.
is anxiety in an actual sense and a wording, which in this sense becomes a performance anxiety. So you start to worry about
100.
what's going on, which affects the nerves, the heart rate's going to go.
Yeah, what he wants to do with that anxiety is just forget about that. Focus on what he's doing now. But it's true, isn't it? He
100.
could be guilty
Lee
of thinking
require
what I've been
157.
saying, which is, well, he's struggled tonight, therefore he's going to need to win this and that, and you can just end up actually forgetting about what you're actually supposed to be doing, which is throwing the darts at the board.
100. Wesley
visit you're
require
in.
146.
Exactly that sort of context for the past and future tense.
76.
They're all conscious
Lee require
thoughts.
57.
Well, is he feeling tense at the moment, or is he going to start to turn the tide? Well, I think we've got the answer.
41. Wesley
Wow.
requires 70.
Was the word from Lee Cox. I'm not a good lip reader, but I knew that one.
We said it at the start. It's Lee Cox against Lee Cox, and Lee Cox has cost himself there and given
38.
Wesley Harms this chance.
Lee
One he
requires
hasn't taken.
16.
These are really narrow misses.
8.
But even they can
Wesley
feed into the
required
narrative,
32.
can't they?
Oh, absolutely. He'll be thinking you can't get a sheet of paper between those ones, and
No
he
score.
will come back.
He could be thinking it's
Lee
not his
require
night, but
8.
Wesley Harms is determined to outdo him in that department at the moment, and Cox
Game
does
shot on the third
eventually
leg. Lee Cox.
get over the line in this leg. Negative response, a head shake. Arm was
Fourth
up
leg
to
is
the
Lee to throw
skies.
first.
Lee
Game
Cox breaks the throw there. That's a positive, Lee. Come on, man.
81.
I think because he started the week so well as
he did in Group A on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday, it's almost like it brings with it an expectation of yourself. I can vouch for this in sense of when you go through 104, 105 average,
100.
and then you go to the next game, and even if you throw in a 92 and 92, it feels so much worse because you're trying to hit that level that you've just had. I feel there might be a sense of that here with Lee Cox.
And there may indeed be a benefit in him just winning ugly in a match and forgetting about the sort of strutting his stuff and
140.
high levels of performance. Just getting over the line, that's all that matters. 2 points for a win, however you do it.
95.
Wesley Harms, he spent all week looking like a man who's lost a tenner and found a fiver.
100.
Doesn't appear to have enjoyed his experience, does he, so far, despite playing some decent stuff in Group A.
45.
I do think, though, it's going to be 80. Something that he's going to really find the bug for again.
Yeah, did have a hiatus some time away.
75.
And again, that's going to be something that makes Lee Cox think it's not going right because he's missed inside rather than outside. Might not matter where he's missed because this smells like bull.
91. Lee require 5.
Find the target. 3 for double 1. Oh, and even that goes wrong.
Wesley required 30.
Well, it's Murphy's Law here tonight for Lee Cox. Anything that can go wrong will go wrong.
And if that's the case, this will go in with a third dart.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
This is always the third
Wesley
one that hurts the
Harms.
most. He was spared that problem, but he wasn't spared the opportunity. Harms levels things up.
5th leg, it's Wesley to throw first. Game on.
So all square. Lee Cox once again passing up an opportunity to
36.
get a tight grip on a game. And it's a game which probably, in terms of quality, we have to call it as we see it, the worst standard
60.
showing we've seen tonight from both players.
I've coined a phrase a few times.
100.
And I normally do it around this time of day. I call it dart lag, which is the darting version of jet lag. And
85.
it's quite often that we see people that have been playing in Group A where they've been starting at 9:30 in the morning, and then they come into the evening session, that around this time they start to struggle.
59.
And if we think about what their daily routine would have been, yesterday, that would have been a 9:30 start, so they'd have been up early, they'll start feeling tired by about 8, 9 o'clock in the evening, probably go to sleep at a normal time, wake up at the same sort of time as they would come for a 9:30 start, then have to sit around all day.
59.
And by now, probably getting ready for bed.
$100.
Well, they need to wake up. Because for either of them, this match could really boost their chances. Lee Cox just to get not just the points, but the feeling of winning. Wesley Harms, if he wins it, he's on 4 points from a possible 6.
And we speak about tiredness and fatigue, but that only comes when you're not playing well, and you're not playing right.
Wesley,
I guarantee you, no one feels tired when they're playing well.
Do you feel tired a lot?
I didn't a couple of weeks ago, did I?
55.
Good answer.
Lee, you require 96.
Maybe double here. Not to be.
56.
So Harms now with a chance to get
Wesley
back ahead.
require 52.
Sloppy darts from Harms.
And angry as well. He almost threw that last dart in anger. Could have cost him. In the end, he managed to compose himself.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Wesley Harms.
Found the required double. only had one dart. It should have been two, but in the end only needed one. And it's another little thing
Lee to throw
that
first.
Lee Cox will feel has gone against him.
You could say, in the end, no harm done.
140.
I used to do the puns around here. Do one for Lee.
100. 60.
Lee could have his chances harmed in this one.
Well, it's very possible, but he seems to be
100.
causing all his own harm, doesn't he, tonight? Credit to you, you highlighted that pretty early in the night during his first match. That last leg against Ryan Palmer, you saw the demeanour
60.
change after a strong start to the game, but that has carried on, hasn't it, into the rest of the evening's action.
I think it's because I've been here all week and I've seen a much more improved demeanour about Lee Cox, that I just sort of saw the old one coming
60.
back in a little bit. And that Lee Cox we saw on Monday and Tuesday, where he averaged 89 across both the days, near enough a 90.
140.
His stats, 19, 180s. He had 8 ton plus checkouts with a high of a 164. And I don't mean 8 ton plus checkouts that were lows. He had a 148, a 147, a 128.
101, the target here. Chooses double 16. That's a little bit of a change
69.
of MO.
Wesley require 141.
We've been saying it's all gone wrong for Lee Cox, but this time he will come back with 3. A double 16 to force a last leg
41.
decider.
Lee require 32. Game shot in the 6th
And he
leg.
does get there,
Lee
right.
Cox.
Huge, huge leg for both these players, but you feel particularly for Lee Cox. If Harms wins it,
7th and final leg. It's
Despite,
Wesley to throw first. Game on.
a rather sloppy showing, the Dutchman will find himself in a very good position ahead of his final match of the night when he takes on Rob Collins in game 10. And if Lee Cox loses it,
60.
he will have a battle with Keelan Kay to avoid being the player on no points at the end of the evening.
45.
And if he does lose all 4, Matt, do you think we'll be saying Cox out at the end of the night?
Well, he's got an opportunity to stop that from happening here.
100.
He's going to have to go digging to find that character, to find that player that produced those incredible stats at the start of the week.
140.
There's that grimace and that determination. He's still got some fight left.
Well, it's not just getting the points for himself, but it's stopping Wesley Harms, opening up a gap, isn't it?
45.
Both he and Kay would be 4 points adrift of the top 3 if he loses this leg.
And here we go. He's making a move.
100.
Showing some fight. And I can tell you from being in these practice rooms, Collins and Palmer will probably want Harms to win this one. They'd like to see
60.
that situation where they cut adrift from the rest of the pack.
Yeah, creates a nice bit of a buffer. Can afford a mistake or two in that position. Lee Cox certainly can't
85.
afford to put a foot wrong.
He's digging deep here, though, and showing a lot of grit. Making the most of the opportunities that Wesley Harms is offering.
100.
He just powers that one into the treble 20.
Similar checkouts in front of the pair of them. What is Lee going to leave?
57.
Would have hoped
Wesley require 136.
for something smaller, but we'll get at least one dart at double, barring a disaster. Is it the Dutchman who gets a disaster instead here? We was looking around. I'm not sure what all that's about.
41.
He's angry here, isn't he? He's not happy
Lee
with the
requires
darts one bit.
74.
Lee Cox would be delighted with them if he hits tops.
34.
Options,
Wesley require
choices
95.
for Wesley Harms. Could be Bull. Think it is Bull. Treble 19. No. Bullseye it was. Now he needs treble 19 and finds it. And
Game.
double
shot,
12.
And the match. Wesley
and it is
Harms.
another crushing defeat for Lee Cox. Missed the match start. And then Wesley Harms pulled out a 95 checkout despite missing his first target by a distance. You can see there, not a good performance at all from the Dutchman, but he won't care. You do have to fear for Lee Cox, though. Difficult for him to bounce back. He will get the chance in his final game against Keelan Kay. Before that, Ryan Palmer, who's won all 3 of his matches so far, takes on Rob Collins, also unbeaten after 2.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Wesley Harms got the better of Lee Cox in a last leg decider by 4 legs to 3. You now have to begin to fear a little bit for Lee Cox. Right, next up for us, it's the players preserving those perfect records, isn't it? Ryan Palmer up against Rob Collins. Right, 3 games to go in our evening session. And to describe all of the action, here's Chris and it's Matt.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, 3 games to go. And the first one between 2 players yet to suffer a defeat tonight. Ryan Palmer, 3 from 3. Rob Collins, 2 from 2. Matthew Edgar, where's your 50 pence?
Do like to flag up certain situations. Very rarely do they come up. I flagged one up earlier in the week, a 7-4 shot that landed with quite ease. I think there's a bit of value here in the 6-5 around Ryan Palmer. He's already going to be leaving here positive, even if he wasn't to win this game. He's won 3 matches. Rob Collins only played the 2.
Ryan Palmer does have the advantage of throw. And when you give me an unbeaten player with the advantage of throw at a price of 6-5, I think that represents real value. Is it something of a surprise for you to see Palmer in this position? He was something of an outsider when it came to winning the group.
Game on.
He was the outsider when it came to winning the group. 10-1 outsider, Ryan Palmer. Rob Collins, they gave a bit more hope to. He was
96.
third favourite at 9-2. But when you say about surprises, I think a situation here when we get to this match of Ryan Palmer, Rob Collins, this being a match of two players
60.
who have not tasted defeat, and one of them is going to come off the stage with their first defeat of their campaign. I think that's potentially the surprise
59.
and also a testament to how well they've played tonight.
Could be just a couple of games away from qualifying, depending on results in between. Ryan Palmer, if he wins this one, we'll see all of the other four players
96.
in this group play off against each other twice before he plays again in the reverse fixture of this one.
140.
And we spoke a lot about demeanours. We've actually said that Rob Collins has looked a little lethargic at times, a little tired, slowed down. He's, I think, used the term sleepwalking to a perfect night, and that could
42.
happen. But actually, out of all of them, Ryan Palmer looks the most sort of fresh, doesn't he?
I mentioned in that last game, you don't feel tired when you're winning and it's going right for you. He would happily play all the way through the night. It's ironic as well that we mentioned about his darts being quite thick, and you're saying,
93.
I don't know if he can hit 180s. He's actually hit the most of them.
But he's on course to hit the front in this match and in the race.
48.
Top the group. Would open up a 4-point gap on Collins, who would have a game in hand, and of course Harms, who again, without playing well, is in a good position.
100.
But Ryan Palmer is
Ryan
playing well.
Require 18.
And double 9 would have given him the lead. Double 4 will.
No score.
Double 13 certainly won't.
Robbie Require 110.
There's no finish on now for Rob Collins, and if you ask Ryan Palmer, he'd probably be preferred to be coming back at the double 4.
40.
Double 13, he goes all the way back to the double 9.
Game shot on the first leg. Ryan Palmer.
Pings the double 9 with the second dart. A little bit more drama than you would have hoped in that one. Ended up giving Rob Collins a little bit of a chance.
Game on.
Which, when the shoe's been on the other foot, Ryan Palmer's been stepping in and taking all those opportunities.
Exactly what he's been doing all evening long.
28.
Like something out of a Charles Dickens novel.
$80.
It's going to be a real interesting focus on the last couple of games, whatever happens here. The next one is the final fling of Thursday night or Friday morning, whichever way you prefer to describe it, for Lee Cox and Keelan Kay, who so far endured a pointless campaign in this group. That will remain the same for one of them, and they won't sleep as well as a lion tonight.
$100.
If Palmer can win this one, he's got to think.
96.
He's pretty much through.
If he doesn't think it, I'll think it for him. I'd be quite confident in saying he would be, especially when we look at Lee Cox and Keelan Kay, who
58.
haven't got any points on the board as of yet, and only one of them's going to reach 2 when they go head-to-head in the very next game. So someone's going to be leaving here today on 0 points, and someone's going to be leaving on 2.
129.
And if one of them wins tonight and one of them wins their first fixture tomorrow, then 10 points will be guaranteed to be enough to get through. So Palmer could go into his first match against Rob Collins knowing that win.
135. Ryan, you require 96.
Oh, that would have been
78.
very, very nice. Quite often the player will go for
Robbie
the
required
double 18
40.
first, but he decided for tops that time to start the double-double
Game
routine.
shot in the second
Collins
leg.
landed tops
Rob Collins.
to end the leg and level the match. Don't forget, it could be him who goes through the card yet. He's still got another game to play
Third
after
leg,
this.
it's Ryan to throw first.
If he wins
Game
and then
on.
beats Wesley Harms, it will be a clean sweep for Collins.
60.
And who knows what version of Wesley Harms he's going to play, because we've seen a couple of different versions of him. Ironically, the version of him we've seen that has averaged 70 twice tonight is the version that's been the winner.
139.
When he went up to a 91 average, he actually lost that match.
Yeah, don't tell him that, because I know some darts players can get a bit superstitious
58.
and might decide he needs to play bad to win.
$46.
Rob Collins has won both of his matches by a 2-leg margin. Ryan Palmer has won a couple 4-3, and then
41.
as confidence built. His last victory was 4-1. That over Keelan Kay. And confidence breeds confidence. Winning breeds winning.
100.
It's easy to stay focused as well when things are going well.
81.
Just noticing a hint of distraction coming in here, and I think some of that's coming down to this bit of a lift that we're seeing in Ryan Palmer's throw at times. For the shoulders coming into the action, it's
33.
possibly a little bit of fatigue, a little bit of tiredness coming in, so he's not getting that full extension. There it is again. And again.
43.
Yeah, it's interesting because what you were saying just before that point was that it's easy to focus and keep doing what you're doing, because darts is, at the end of the day, all about repetition, isn't it? And if you're winning and it's working, then feel that you will continue to replicate it rather than changing things to try and dig yourself out of a hole. But we've seen the opposite kind of thing from Palmer in the last few visits.
Where we're seeing that focus from
46.
Rob Collins, who has yet to
Robbie
find any
required
sort of
50.
negativity as of yet. It's written all over his face how determined he is tonight.
Game shot
Yeah,
in the
really
third
good.
leg. Rob Collins.
Ending of the leg there from Rob Collins. A 1-3-3 to leave 50 and then the 50 out in 2. And
Fourth
Ryan
leg is Rob
Palmer
to throw first. Game on.
facing a little bit of adversity. He's been here before, though, this evening. You get the sense that Collins here could actually end up with the Palmer effect, that if he
58.
does win this match, he's almost a cert to make it a perfect night, because he'll just be running on adrenaline.
100.
And I like to see this as well when we post questions over players and we sort of paint the picture of the story that we could see potentially unfolding. And they completely rewrite that story and put it in their own direction and take it down its own path.
Well, I haven't seen Ryan Palmer throw so many wayward darts all night.
That'll be that lift. When you lift, that's when you start to lose the line. That vertical line will break when you start to lift that shoulder.
59.
We had lift off all evening,
100.
but we may have spotted a little chink in the action from Ryan Palmer.
And it's something he's aware of, because when it happens, you'll see he'll close his eyes tightly, and it's like, oh no.
58.
Could just be a bit of tension. I mentioned from my own experience of being in that practice room very
41.
recently, you come in the door and it's, oh, top three's fine, I want to qualify. And when you get to this point, it's, no, I want to win the group. I want to win this. I want that screenshot of me top of the table.
But could it be that
36.
you mentioned focus being an issue? Could it be that focus on the future that's going through Palmer's mind right now?
Quite possibly.
There's another one.
He you may feel like it's one foot in the door, and ultimately when you make the task and the perception of the task feel a bit easier, it actually makes it very hard. Or all these game shows on the telly and quiz shows.
40.
Well, he's still not out of this leg, despite so many sprayed darts in it.
99. Rob, you require 131.
He's going to get a go at 96.
57.
We already know that if he misses the
Ryan, you require
treble 20, there'll be a double attempt involved. Scratch that. And check that out, because that's what he's just done.
Ryan Palmer.
And Ryan Palmer, despite some trials and tribulations, has managed to level this match at 2-2.
Fifth leg, it's Ryan to throw first. Game on.
I do wonder if that might just help him refocus and whether or not
59.
he's managed to, in play, correct whatever the issue is with his action.
It may have just been a thing that when he went back to the practice room, he was just sitting down for a bit too long.
We're taking a look at it there. I mean, that first dart is
83.
wayward, but only just the wrong side of the wire. Let's have another look when he comes back, and I'll let the expert eye of Edgar tell us if that lift is still there.
96. $123.
It's not as bad. You do notice on dart 2 there was a slight, and you can tell by looking at the chin, because if you notice there's like a snap of the head on dart 2 that there wasn't on dart 1 and 3. And that's just breaking that line, which is why it's
79.
coming out on the dartboard as well.
Yeah, we did see dart 2 go into the one segment, and we see dart 1 go into the one segment there. And again, you do see that reverse sort of headbutt.
78.
That was the dart. I thought it was fully coming from the shoulder, but it's actually coming within the body. It's coming within the stance and the posture. It's not just the shoulder lift. It's the whole body moving.
180.
What a good spot from Matthew Edgar, and Rob Collins has put himself in a good spot in this leg. Ryan Palmer suffering 96. A little bit of late night tungsten tension.
Rob, you require 51.
The action breaking down a little bit, and Collins looking to take advantage and dislodge him from the top of the table.
31.
But credit to Ryan Palmer, we can visibly see he's having a couple of issues here, but yet he's still very competitive in this. He might be about to take the lead.
Game shot in the fifth leg.
What an adjustment that is.
Ryan Palmer.
Well, it's a couple of really good kills as well, isn't it? The last two legs, 96 and then 62. And it puts him on the brink of completing a perfect evening.
But again, it was dart 2. It seems to be, that's where the issue's coming in. And again, when the arm goes up and that lift comes up, the dart must go down.
57.
So again, not surprised to see the dart come low, but a huge credit once again to Ryan Palmer for that adjustment.
Yeah, doing out his working out during the match, and it's working out for him. 140 start, he's almost there.
These are the sort of games you come off and you feel tired afterwards. When
43.
You've not just been able to throw naturally and comfortably. You come off and it feels like effort. But it also feels so rewarding when you win that battle, because, like with Lee Cox, this is an internal battle he'll be having with himself here, because he'll know that something doesn't feel right.
It is some laboured lobbing from Palmer, and also it's happening
60.
against the other player who's been the best in class. But to get through it, to work through
135.
it, and pick up the points, and put himself in an almost unassailable position in terms of qualifying from this group. Kudos.
180.
Kudos for that, because Collins is on the finish first and is still fighting in this match.
His second maximum of the game.
134.
Sixth one of the
Robbie
night.
Require 161.
But he might have to take this 161. Because that huge 1-3-4 setup there for Ryan Palmer has left him on a handy little two-darter.
55.
Two-darter for the match.
Ryan, you require 51.
Complete the clean sweep. Again, dart 2 is wayward.
19.
Again, dart 3 is a decent
Robbie
adjustment,
Require,
but still,
106.
Rob Collins lives on.
Needs to find a treble. Can't do that. So now he's going to have to try and
56.
survive 3 match darts from Ryan
Ryan
Palmer,
Require,
who's
32.
looking for the perfect day.
Game,
It is perfection
shot. And the match
from
Ryan
Palmer. He's won all 4 of his fixtures on the first night of Group B, and he is sitting very, very comfortably at the top of the table. He's done all the hard work on the opening night. A 4-2 success against Rob Collins, who, remember, before that match was also unbeaten. But it is Ryan Palmer who emerges as the man to beat in this group. 4 fixtures, 4 wins, 8 points. A perfect night for Ryan Palmer. Still 2 fixtures left to play this evening, though, so don't go anywhere. Lee Cox against Keelan Kay. Well, they've got the opposite problem. No wins so far. They're in action next.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Ryan Palmer completed what was a perfect night from his perspective. 4-2 victory against Rob Collins means it's 4 from 4 for the Lion, and he is going to be purring. In fact, he may well be, as the Lion King suggests, just a win away, a win away, a win away from sealing his place into Saturday night's final. Right, a couple more games to go for us. It's going to kick off with Lee Cox against Keelan Kay, and this is going to be watched by Chris and Matt.
Very good, Henry, very good. Was waiting for that kind of burst into life from Mr. Deacon, and he does not disappoint us, but it has been a disappointing night for both of the players on the stage right now. Lee Cox, well, we did at the start of the night kind of pose the question whether or not it would be one of those nights where he gets in a fight with himself, and that's exactly what's happened. He's lost all 3 of his matches, as has Keelan Kay. The 21-year-old has struggled through this evening and has been waiting a little while to get back on the hockey after his 4-1 defeat at the hands of the league leader Ryan Palmer. So in the context of trying to qualify from this group, you have to say that if Palmer is as good as through,
First leg,
and the loser of this match will be as good as out.
You mentioned about that fight Lee Cox has been having with himself.
22.
I think whenever you have that fight with yourself, it's inevitable you're going to lose. You're fighting yourself. I don't think there ever is a winner in that one.
140.
As Henry mentioned about Ryan Palmer, could possibly be, I think he said, a win away.
60.
And that depends on the outcome of the couple of matches this pair play. If one of them wins both, then Palmer might have to win a couple of matches to confirm qualification. But if it's one apiece,
41.
then the Lions' share of the points will mean that Palmer will need just one victory when the action in this group resumes at 10 p.m. on
70.
Friday night. Because, of course, they will play again in their first fixture tomorrow. The first fixture of tomorrow will be Collins against
80.
Harms. It's the last match of tonight's session. I think either of those players are going to feel that getting 6 points is a right result the way they've played tonight.
140.
I think coming back to this one, I think if either of these two are going to get back into this, they're going to have to do the double in this
40.
fixture. They're going to have to win this fixture today, and then when they play this fixture as the first match of tomorrow for their campaigns,
100.
they're going to need to double up.
Keelan Kay doubles up on
Lee
trebles to
109.
just put some pressure on Lee Cox. Pressure he could probably do without the way his night's gone. He's going back for tops now. We saw him in the
Game
previous
shot in the
match
first
make a
leg.
switch.
Lee Cox.
Double 16, but he returns to Old Faithful. And it works out well for him on that occasion.
Second leg is Keelan to throw first. Game on. $140.
He was taking out plenty of those Tumplers finishers
100.
in his Group A campaign. Very good list. 164, 148, 147,
100.
128, 121, 116, a 101, and something that Henry called the Rickwood, the 100.
81.
I was just waiting for someone to shout house then, Matt. Yeah, complete the bingo card of finishers, but
66.
he's trying to avoid finishing on nil point.
$85.
I really can't, looking back across his Group A
83.
campaign, find any real weakness in Lee Cox other than that one box. Match number 14 where he lost to Yuri Brewer. Everything else
100.
was
Keelan, you require 112.
superb Group A campaign.
But that was his penultimate match, wasn't it?
42.
So
Lee, you require
if
135.
you look at his record, you'll have a very strong
record at the start of it, and then a very weak record since then, if you include tonight.
95.
Lost 4 out of his last 5
Keelan, you
matches,
require
having
70.
been on a real good run before that.
50.
All sort of manifested from that
Lee, you
Brewer
require
game
40.
where realistically it ruined his chances. Well, it did. It knocked him out of contention from being the big favourite throughout the week.
30.
When it was one leg
Keelan,
going the
you
wrong way,
require
wasn't it?
20.
And that's often been the case with Lee Cox. 5-5 for Keelan Kay to deny Cox a shot at the same target, but he will get a go.
No score. Lee, you require 10.
Chooses double 1.
Game shot in
There
the
is
second leg.
just
Lee Cox.
A little bit of an air of more confidence here from Lee Cox. The fact that he's gone back to his usual roots of finishing. He's
Third leg, it's Lee to
just
throw
looking
first.
like the man.
Game on.
It's most likely, and maybe it is, the fact that he's playing another player that's in the same position.
I was going to ask,
41.
is this a situation you think where he stopped caring? But I don't think caring's the right word. I think, is this the point he stopped worrying?
140.
It's a good question, but you have to, like the players do, keep an eye on the league table. I know Lee Cox certainly does, because he's been on the wrong end of mathematical issues before, and he will know that if he wins this match, he's only 2 points off the top 3, whatever happens, because the 2 players above him are playing each other.
$140.
So if he has stopped caring, well, it might be working a carefree Lee, but there must be part of him that knows it's must win.
140.
Maybe that helps in itself when you don't have lots of opportunities and lots of extra lives, and it is now or never.
And if he does, as Matthew Edgar suggested, do the double, well, things could look a lot rosier for him, couldn't they?
100.
In the early part of tomorrow evening.
120.
What a collision that was. It looked difficult to get past that dart, but he managed to use it.
100.
Not quite complete the
Keelan,
combo.
you require 80.
Similar shot for Kate, but without the treble.
60.
He's had
Lee, you
opportunities.
require 20.
And a couple of legs here, Keelan Kate.
Game shot in the third leg. Lee Cox.
He's back to punishing. Want to re-find a little bit of that form that he had in Group 8. Looking to end the day with a little bit of positivity. That was a 16 dart leg, that, for Lee Cox.
The other thing as well is he's lost 4-2 and then 4-3 twice. So if he gets a 4-0
Fourth
win
leg,
here,
it's Keelan to throw
look,
first.
it could.
Game on.
And likely will for a player who's lost his first 3 matches come down to leg difference. If he wipes out that deficit, gets out off the minus,
135.
that in itself is already a good start. This is almost the start of tomorrow rather than the end of tonight, isn't it, for Lee Cox?
Well, he's almost got to play this now as a continuation. I speak about breaking this down into actual matches and playing it as matches rather than a continuation, but for Lee Cox, that kind of is
140.
the case here. And ideally, he'll want to get this done here, because Keelan Kay would then be bottom of the table with a massive minus leg deficit.
They're used to enjoying life at the other end of the table as a Plymouth fan.
84.
We'll be playing in the championship next season. But are Keelan Kay's championship hopes disappearing
100.
in the first half of his
Keelan, you require
campaign?
142. $42. $50. Keelan, you require 100.
You know what we call this shot now, don't you, Matt? Has he got the superpowers?
60. Lee require 128.
No ton man. Could be a ton topper to end in style.
100 and
Here's one of those finishers that he's already took out this week. He did
Keelan,
do
you
it
require
with
40.
2 treble 20s and a double 4 on the last occasion.
Game shot on the
He
fourth
may still
leg.
do it.
Keelan
Because
K.
we're going all the way back to 5:01. Keelan K. It's a leg on the board. And just
Fifth leg, it's Lee to throw
Lee
first.
Cox
Game on.
waiting for his first points of this group.
And I'll mention it again for this pair, every leg. Not just every point, but every leg could matter.
140.
That now means that Lee Cox will end up on a deficit in leg difference,
134.
whatever happens from here on in. A lot of first starts from Lee Cox have looked a lot more convincing in this game. They've been pitched exactly where he would place them if he just walked up to the board.
Both sides of your screen have been good, how the darts are landing and the reaction to those, but also on the
78.
right-hand side of your screen when we watch the players, just that focus back. He's not as distracted. He's not as animated, looking round the room.
57.
Well, he didn't like that one. He was aiming for the middle of the board, and it's not really a disaster. The position he's in the leg is a good one.
99. Lee, you require 124.
You might actually see the reverse of fortunes from Lee Cox. You might, instead of being the man at the top of the table and then missing out, we might see the great escape from him in this group.
100.
And this could be the start of it, the first small step on that 1,000-mile journey.
90.
Double 12 for a
Lee
4-1
required
win and a
24.
first win in Group B.
Game, shot.
It was set
and
up
the
after
match,
12 and
Lee
he hits it in
Cox.
1. A 13 darter there for Lee Cox and a much more improved performance there from Lee. His best performance of the night statistically and performance-wise. A 90 average there. A couple of 180s enough to get a 4-1 success and keep him in the running for Group B qualification. Coming up next, our last game of the evening, Rob Collins and Wesley Harms.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Lee Cox has rounded off his night with a 4-1 victory against Keelan Kay, and doing so in some impressive style. I'll get my teeth stuck in. 13 data to finish there for Crafty Coxey, and it's just one game for us to go in this evening session. It's going to see Rob Collins in action up against Wesley Harms. This is a position jostler in this Group B table. I'm watching this one. Chris and Matt.
Yeah, basically, on the first night of play, to finish on the front row. Whoever wins this one will be in P2 behind the unbeaten Ryan Palmer, unbeaten because he inflicted the first defeat of the night on Rob Collins in Collins' previous match. As for Wesley Harms, same scenario for him. As a famous performer once said, 2 out of 3 ain't bad. But 3 out of 4 would be even better, wouldn't it, Matt?
Well, that would move you on to 6 points and put you in a very strong position when you look at how this group's gone, with Keelan Kay now sat at the bottom on 0 and Lee Cox on 2. Ideally, what they're hoping for is that come tomorrow, Keelan Kay revenges that result, and they're both sat at the bottom on 2.
First leg is Rob to throw first. Game on.
Quick credit for our referee there, Justin Bradshaw. He's officiated the full 25 fixtures today.
81.
All the matches in Group C this afternoon and all of the 10 in Group B tonight. And don't forget, Group C resumes 1 p.m. live on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel exclusively for the first 6 matches. And then for the run-in, viewers on Sporty Stuff TV can watch from 3 p.m. and simultaneously on YouTube for viewers around the world on both of those channels for the conclusion of this group at 10 on Friday night.
$100.
When players are coming into their last game of the evening, I always like to look back through the night.
55.
Try and get a bit of a read or an assessment on what we can see in terms of the numbers. And Wesley Harms, for me, is a bit of a head scratcher. At times has been
99.
brilliant. And at other times, oh so ordinary. 2 of his averages have been within that 70 mark. But they're the ones he won.
60.
Well, it's Rob Collins who is not even ordinary. He's thrown like me so far in this leg. Not a treble located in 12 darts tossed at the board.
15.
Well, I questioned Rob Collins. I've said that every time I come here, I tend to find there's a bit of a pattern in terms of his performance decreasing as the night goes on. He does still work full time. And as the night goes on, we can sort of expect that the performance is going to dip slightly. But tonight we can actually see it in the numbers. He went from an 87.94 in match 1. He dropped 4 points down to an 84.
60.
Then he dropped 5 points down to a 79. If that trend continues, he's going to be around about a 75 for this match.
$100. Wesley require 127.
Seen a lot of this tonight as well from a fair few of the players, to be fair. The first dart thrown and the finish is off.
Robbie require 96.
On a shot where all they've got to do is stay straight, but Rob Collins, this will feel like a bit of a pincher.
Game shot in the first leg. Rob
Collins claims the opener. After a slow start to it, he gets away with the swag.
Second leg is Wesley to throw first. Game on.
To be fair, they both kind of played the same leg, but did it in reverse, didn't they? Harms started okay and declined. Collins started rotten and inclined.
140.
Wesley looking to find a bit of a spark in this one. Wants to end with a bit of a bang.
93.
Well, I'm not sure that either player will feel, if they're totally honest in their assessment of their own play, that
140.
they merit getting away with 6 points. So, in a way, could be a real bonus for them going into tomorrow.
Have you sat in many darts practice
58.
rooms before?
Yeah, usually, but I haven't seen what they're telling me that happened to them.
Oh, absolutely. What will happen is whoever gets in with 6 points will fully have deserved it.
140.
No doubt about that.
Remember in the days before we started getting the stats on the various systems we've got now and so much darts was streamed, the amount of players that just lost to 11 data after 12 data after 9 data was incredible.
58. Wesley require 81.
Used to all those tall stories.
57.
About to say then again, as Wesley Harms almost did produce an 11 dart leg, but Rob Collins not in sight in this leg.
46.
Brings me
Wesley
to my
required
favourite darting
24.
quote ever, of course. As Harms takes aim at
Game
this.
shot on the second leg.
And Richie
Wesley
Burnett,
Harms.
a big friend of the Super Series back in our live league days, once said in a Pro Tour match that he lost 6-5, but should have
Third
won
leg is Rob to
11-0.
throw first. Game on.
Ironically, that same player quoted one of my favourite phrases from a dart player, which
54.
was, he's earned 2 fortunes and spent 3.
I know the feeling, Richie. Yeah, one of the players on the
97.
9 dart roll of honour here. Still only 2 in this venue. Same man, Conor Heenahan. We did see Charlie Large throw 7 perfect this afternoon.
96.
It was the second time it's happened this week. It happened in Group A as well. Now you're getting 7 deep.
180.
Justin Bradshaw there enjoying his 180 call, and why not? As we speak of perfection,
95.
Wesley Harms delivers. Don't know about a 9 darter tonight. It's not had that feeling about it, has it?
140.
Flipping the switch here. Wesley Harms making a dash for the line and showing that class and that quality. 2-time World Championship semi-finalist.
96.
Well, he was on this range
Wesley
of finish
require
after 9
84.
darts in the previous leg. This time may have to go 14 bull because Collins has left to finish. He's decided against it. Does get a go at the double.
68.
But that was a bold move from Wesley, saying
Robbie
to Rob
require
Collins,
160.
you are not going to take this out, my friend.
And he was right. For a potential
24.
13 darter here.
Wesley requires
Collins
16.
has left himself a long way back there with that start going in the single 3. May come into play.
8.
Yeah, a couple of
Robbie require 136.
dodgy darts there. And Harms seems to have all the time in the world.
41. Wesley require 8.
Even now, it's another dodgy leave, isn't it?
He's making a mess of the setup shot here, Rob Collins.
You could just see there that Harms had moved to
4.
navigate a blocker.
Robbie require
As when Mardle
95.
used to put it, he darted himself. Then went back to his starting position, but again, every dart that Rob Collins has thrown in trying to finish off here has been shocking.
It's like he's trying to chop a tree down with a spoon.
39. Wesley require 4.
Still, Wesley Harms hasn't yet won the leg. He has now.
Shot in the third leg. Wesley Harms.
Well, it all started with Harms not going for the 14 bull, backing himself. It did work out. What's the Edgar
Fourth leg is Wesley
thoughts
to
on
throw
that
first.
kind of move? Because
on.
the percentages say it's actually the right play. If you do that more often than not, it will work out. They won't take it out. Do you agree with that, or do you think you should always give yourself a dart?
45.
No, I like that play. I like those sort of little psychological warfares, because
some would say it's not even psychology, it's just maths.
140.
I mean, you can get caught out. We have seen that. Seen it in the World Championship final. However,
100.
I personally would do exactly the same thing. It's just a little message saying, I don't think you'll do that.
And you know you're coming back with 3 darts at a double rather than trying to hoover up potentially 25. Yeah, it's an interesting one. Michael van Gerwen's philosophy on it's fascinating. If he's on a 170, for example,
100,
and his opponent's not on a finish, he will always go for it. And if they are on a finish, a big one, he'll always not go for it.
$140.
That attitude kind of is psychological in both ways, isn't it? This time it's Rob Collins that leaves 80-something after 9.
100.
Really strange
Robbie
match.
require
Moments
81.
of brilliance from both players. Oasis of excellence amongst a desert of disappointment.
57. Wesley require 156.
The big picture is those 6 points on the table.
95. Robbie require
Bit of
24.
urgency now here for Rob Collins. I'm not going to say a little bit
Game
of
shot on
pressure.
the
I think it's
fourth leg.
urgency, because I
Rob
don't think they're feeling
Collins.
pressure right now. I think they've probably quite happy with their day. They've come here, they've put some decent darts in. They're both guaranteed 4 points.
leg
They're
is
well and
Rob to
truly in
throw
the mix
first.
going into tomorrow,
Game on.
which is all you can really ask for, unless you're Ryan Palmer, who's top of the table without defeat.
He can extend his hotel stay, we think, here in Portsmouth.
100.
He may well have booked his ticket to finals night. Still a little bit of work to do. By the way, if you want to book your ticket, you can do that. All you've got to do is scan that QR code,
100.
dubbed the Tungsten T-Rex. It will take you to the ticket page, dartshop.tv, the website. As Chris Mason says, if you're old-fashioned, you just type that in your internet browser.
60.
And you can be here. There was a real party atmosphere. Go back and watch the action from finals night, the Saturday just gone, and see what you could be part of. A real
81.
unique darting experience. And all for a couple of quid.
We thought of a
42.
third item you can get for a couple of quid.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
You get a can of pop, couldn't you?
What's these days?
60.
I did actually see Matthew Edgar earlier on drop a £2 coin in the commentary box. He was that fast to collect it. Hit him on the head on the way down.
60.
Don't know where I get this reputation of being tight from.
81.
Same place I do. Stereotypical, isn't it? You were born in Yorkshire.
$96.
Well, this is certainly a tight match. It's an odd match because it's tight, despite the fact that a lot of legs have
54.
been won by a
Robbie
player running
require
away.
143.
And even the legs that weren't should have been.
93. Wesley require 125.
Can we see some fireworks here from Sparky? 60 for tops. Not to be.
65. Robbie require 50.
It's tops.
Game shot in the
Collins,
fifth leg. Rob
he's a leg away.
Collins.
Wesley Harms wasn't able to take advantage of the good darts he was throwing in the early part of this game.
Sixth leg, it's Wesley to
need
throw
to find
first.
them now.
Game on.
Or Collins is going to end the night in second position.
Yeah, could have been perfect for Rob. He won his first 2 matches, but then ran into
59.
a rampant Ryan Palmer. 4-2 success for the Lion, meaning Collins did suffer defeat. But it would be a very good response to that loss if he wins here.
Here's one you might like,
58.
actually, for Sparky, who's an electrician by trade. And obviously a reference to greatest player of all time, Phil Taylor, the power.
60.
It's time to turn on the power here for Sparky.
Well, he certainly needs to do something. Because he's the one then, isn't he?
85.
If he loses this match, he's the one that Lee Cox is chasing. You feel that Palmer is away, that Collins will be starting to get away. And Lee Cox, having picked up those 2 points in the previous match, will have his sights set on Wesley Harms' third position.
97. $120.
He may be closing in on forcing a decider here.
57.
Really has been an odd game of darts. On legs,
85.
off legs. And it may all come down to one leg.
$44. Wesley required 96.
Double 18 will mean exactly that.
Game shot in the sixth
And we
leg.
do.
Wesley Harms.
Go the distance deep into the night here at the Super Series. And it is
Seventh and final
potentially
leg. It's
pivotal
Rob to
leg.
throw first. Game on.
If whoever loses this ends up missing out at the end of tomorrow, they may look back at this leg and think that is the moment that it started to get away. You can see full focus
59.
from Harms in the background there. Little nod. He knows how big this is. He has to get a breaker throw, but it is an opportunity right from the off with a trebleless turn from Collins.
83.
Well, it started well for Wesley. A disappointing last start. If you're wondering where the voice of Matthew Edgar has
54.
disappeared to, he's headed off to analyse the action at the end of this with Henry. And Rob Collins there reacting to the fact that Harms had the audacity to hit a treble 20.
66.
Kind of worked.
$83.
Can Harms give Collins something to think about?
60.
Well, not massively, but he could leave the finish with a 2 treble turn, so Collins really should be starting on the 18s here.
$137.
But he switched in the end, but it doesn't make a difference. He hasn't left a finish, and that could cost him.
85.
Not for the first time tonight, he gets away with it.
$41.
He might not get away with that.
43. Rob, you require 127.
Well, to end the evening in super style at the Super Series, treble 19. To end
54.
the evening
Wesley
in
require
sensational style at the Super Series. Not to be. But again, a dodgy dart in there from Collins means he might only get 1 dart at double, but it doesn't matter. Harms has done the same thing. And it's 2 at double 8.
No score.
Oh dear, that is an absolute darting disaster from Rob Collins. Not only has he missed a double, but he's busted his score and back to where he started. That's if he even comes back. Because Sparky wants the ball.
86.
Didn't threaten it, but
73.
he may yet be the beneficiary of that bust. Oh dear, it might be the ball for Rob Collins at the end of this visit. That's where he's going.
48.
So close, but he should never have been in that position.
Wesley require 37.
A big mistake, costing Collins.
5.
But it does not go harm's way.
Rob, you require 25.
Can he finally clean up a really tense end to what has been a pretty tense evening?
5.
And on it goes.
Wesley require 32.
Well, they might as well not have bothered doing the scoring segment in this leg. It's all about who can hold their nerve and hit the double. And right now,
24.
I'm not sure either can.
Rob, you require 20.
Well, what a way to end the night's action. But what a win it may turn out to be. And it's Collins who claims it.
And the match,
4-3.
Rob Collins.
A real cagey end to that encounter, but it could be an all-important one for Rob Collins, who ends up winning 3 out of his 4 matches, 6 points from a possible 8 and 2 off the top. Ryan Palmer, who had a perfect night, and it puts Wesley in a position where he is there to be caught. To fill you in with more details, I will hand you to Matthew Edgar and Henry Deacon.
Why, thank you very much, Chris. And how important could that be in the end game?
Who knows? In terms of winning that game, though, I think that's pretty much put Rob Collins in a very, very good position now. He's gone 2 points behind Ryan Palmer at the top of the table, 2 points clear of Wesley Harms. It's a great position to be in on that 6 points. But I say who knows, because one thing I'm sensing here from this group tonight, and just from being up on the balcony watching the back end of that game, is frustration. I don't think any player in this group, even Ryan Palmer, who's won all 4 of his matches, I don't think he's going to be leaving here tonight fully satisfied with his game. I sense a lot of frustration from all the players, because I think they wanted to do a little bit more tonight.
For Ryan Palmer, taking opportunities at key times has kind of been the key to his success this evening.
It's what you've got to do. You don't have to win every moment, win the most vital ones. That's what Ryan Palmer has done, and that's why he's top of the table in a group of people that have offered a lot of opportunities to each other. This is a group where, realistically, any one of these players, had they taken the chances that was presented to them, would be top of the table. And we don't often have that as a possibility, because normally we get someone who would dominate games or games that are sort of one-sided. In this one, it's been a night of missed opportunity.
Is the first game tomorrow perhaps potential, or potentially, should I say, have the opportunity to be the most imperative as far as the night's concerned?
Oh, absolutely, and especially for Lee Cox and Keelan Kay when they take each other on in game number 2 tomorrow. That game is going to be crucial, and that game's going to really dictate quite a lot, because if you're Wesley Harms, Ryan Palmer and Robert Collins, you want Keelan Kay to win that one, because that will just keep Keelan Kay and Lee Cox just to arm's reach and just give them a little bit more comfort going into the rest of the night.
Well, we will resume battle in Group B at 10 o'clock tomorrow. And don't forget, it's a double dosage of darts at the Super Series on Friday. We're going to see Group C come to a conclusion tomorrow at 1 p.m. But for me, Matthew Edgar, the rest of the team, that is it for our double dose on Thursday. We shall see you 1 o'clock tomorrow.